Okay, State versus Franklin Tucker, 2017 CF 841. Everyone's here, so are we ready to proceed with defense evidence?
No, Your Honor. I filed a motion for continuance based on disqualification that I'm filing.
Could you elaborate, please?
Well, I filed a motion for continuance because the was it 2.330 of the Judicial Administration? It gives you 20 days to file the motion for disqualification, and in order for it to be procedurally sufficient, it's going to take a little bit of time because it requires service, etc. So I put in a motion for continuance for 10 days, which is half the time, to get it ready.
State.
Judge, we would object to that. We are here. We have a jury waiting for us. The state is prepared to go forward. And at this time, that would be to us a fabricated delay, and we would object to it.
Yeah, the motion is denied.
No, Your Honor, if I may be,
Sir, I heard what you had to say. Is there some rebuttal argument?
Yes, there is a rebuttal. It actually does say during trial that yes, this still is applicable, and that yes, because I am afraid of not getting a fair trial, it seems like denying the motion and not allowing me the time to file the motion to disqualify would just be a way of circumventing the motion to disqualify.
Denied. You ready to present evidence this morning?
No, Your Honor, because again,
okay.
And don't get me wrong, I did go ahead and, I got the Chief Justice involved with this, just to make sure that we can get this, cleared up without as little as more, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, but the thing is, Your Honor, the idea that I'm going to get a fair trial at this point when I'm not being allowed to present a defense, you already told me that you're not going to allow me to call Todd O'Quinn because you won't issue an order for me to get him here. I mean, there's no chance of me getting a fair trial.
I'm not going to go and rehash what happened yesterday. There was never a motion submitted nor pending for such relief. So in any event,
Your Honor, you said you wouldn't give it to me.
In any event, sir, so you do not have any of the supposed witnesses that you were instructed to have that you said you were going to have today, is
Your Honor,
Sir, I'm just asking you a straight...
I'm giving you an answer here, sir. Mm-hmm. After what you told me yesterday, I called those witnesses and told them no. You don't have to come to court today because, again, Your Honor made it very clear that you weren't interested in my witnesses.
Okay. State, you have some response to Mr. Tucker's defiance of the court's instructions, his lack of preparation,
I think the court's been more than indulgent for his requests. The court never denied him anything yesterday. He's got no witnesses to present. The state would request that we keep moving forward.
Okay.
If he's going to rest this morning, Judge, the state does have a rebuttal case that we're prepared to present. Mm-hmm. Want to go ahead and...
Well, when you say if he's willing to rest, I didn't hear anything to that effect.
Okay, well, at any rate, Judge, depending on where we go today, if we're able to get to it, the state does have a rebuttal case to present, narrowly tailored to the evidence that was presented by the defendant yesterday through Paula Belmont's testimony. And as far as the defense witnesses, I have no, the Your Honor's put them on notice that they should have been here today. And if they're not, we would request that the court continue moving forward with this trial.
Okay. So, any response to that, Mr. Tucker? Because
Your Honor, again, you made it very clear yesterday that you even went as far as to say you didn't care what I had to say. So, I mean, the idea that I was going to have those witnesses here and ready to go in lieu of yesterday. I mean, if you would like to give me a day to get them here, sure, I can get witnesses here. But the thing is you made it very clear to me yesterday that you weren't interested in that. And if you are interested in letting me present the defense, I'm more than happy to.
In any event, I'm looking for any input from the state because he was told to have the witnesses here. He doesn't have them here.
Judge, I can even tell the court the witnesses that he wanted to bring in today I don't believe are even under subpoena.
Mr. Walker and Lieutenant Scaviglia, their subpoenas were expired, but they were willing to come in today to testify. And the defendant, it's our understanding the defendant called them off, told them not to.
Okay, so he doesn't. Okay, so you don't want to present them?
No, I do, Your Honor, but
Well,
I need to be able to do it, Your Honor. I mean,
Sir, you've had opportunity, so you're...
Again,
You're
if I may make a judicial notice, then again, I am objecting to moving forward, and I'm being forced to.
Yes, sir. You announced ready for trial. You've been given ample opportunity to present your witnesses.
I don't think so.
And you have apparently decided you didn't want to.
I was told, again,
we...
Again, I was
Sir,
told
I know
not to.
you're going to repeat the same things, and that's fine. But at this particular point in time...
If you're going to force me to go to close, I mean, again, it's a mistrial.
Excuse me, sir?
It would be a mistrial, Your Honor.
Sir,
You're not allowing me to provide a defense.
Sir, you can state and twist and spin whatever you'd like to. The fact of the matter is there's a clear, unequivocal court order that you have your witnesses ready to go, that you refuse to abide by it. So that's the bottom line. And I'm not going to really argue with you anymore, sir, because...
Was it a written order, Your Honor? Because I haven't seen it.
It was verbal, just like...
Maybe I misunderstood then.
No, sir, you didn't misunderstand anything. You said, in fact, I'll have the motion to disqualify. Okay,
Yep.
you don't have the motion to disqualify. I said, have your witnesses here. So in any event,
It would have been
I'm not going
procedurally
to argue with
insufficient.
Mr. Tucker, so...
Okay. Your Honor, again, I'm going to have to file an appeal on this decision now.
Sir, file whatever relief you want to see. That's all part of the process. But in the meantime,
This is a railroad.
we're going to go forward with the trial in one fashion or another. So I'm just looking for some input from the
Sure,
state.
Judge. So just so the record is clear, Your Honor had directed the defendant to have his witnesses here yesterday. We got through Ms. Belmonte. The other witnesses weren't here. Your Honor gave the defendant, he said he'd have them here today. They're not here today. The state would request that we go forward. If the defendant isn't going to present anything else, then the defense needs to rest, and the state plans a rebuttal case.
Okay. So I'm going to take a moment to reflect on these developments. I believe I told the jurors to be here at 9:15, so I will reflect upon it and be back in a few. Please be seated. Okay. So we're back. State versus Tucker, 2017, CFA 41. Court having deliberated upon the latest development in this case, finding that contrary to the court's instruction, that the defense does not have any evidence or witnesses to present this morning, despite the fact that knew that the jurors were coming in, knew that the case was underway, despite the fact of not having any witnesses available yesterday afternoon. So, in view of all the developments, the court finds that the defendant's case is complete. And we're going to go to any rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
Then we will excuse the jurors. We will have a charge conference, and tomorrow we will have closings. So,
Very well, Judge. Your Honor, would you like me to proffer to the court what my rebuttal case will be?
yes.
Okay, so we've got Officer Danielle Malone here, former Officer Danielle Malone, and we intend on playing some excerpts from her interview with Paula Belmont at the hospital the night of the crime. They're on body-worn camera, so I've got the thumb drive here with the excerpts that we intend to play. These excerpts will completely rebut the testimony that the defendant introduced yesterday through Paula Belmont's video deposition testimony. In that video deposition testimony, she talked about how she could tell it wasn't Tyrone Tucker, the second person, et cetera, et cetera. Well, on this video, which was the night of the crime, she completely rebuts that and refutes that with her statements to Danielle Malone. In addition, Judge, Paula Belmont gave a deposition back in May of 2019, and the state also intends to elicit portions or to enter into evidence portions of that deposition, again, that directly contradict or rebut the testimony that she gave yesterday. I prepared a list of the statements that the state intends on using for the court to review if the court would like. I've also got copies for the defense here too.
Your Honor, I would probably be objecting to hearsay, but, or at least like to know the exception that we're going to use here.
Judge, it's a prior inconsistent statement of the witness, and it's coming in to prove, that she made an inconsistent statement, which is different from the statement she made yesterday in the testimony that the defendant put on. The defendant put the testimony on. It's evidence that he introduced into this trial, and it's the state's right to rebut that evidence with a prior statement made by that witness that is inconsistent, just like with Travis Johnson. Travis Johnson was on the stand, and he was impeached with his prior inconsistent testimony. The defendant put the witness on yesterday. It's evidence that he introduced. The state's rebuttal will be tailored to inconsistent comments or statements made by that witness that rebut what she was trying to testify to yesterday.
Well, if it's an inconsistent statement and not something else, then it's an exception to the rule.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, since I haven't had a chance to look at what the state's offering, if I remember correctly, did you just say that we are going to be adjourning for the day somewhere in here? I just want to make sure I heard clear, because then I'd have time to take a look at what they're offering.
Judge, when I handed the court, when I gave the defendant, are the excerpts from the deposition that I intend on eliciting. My plan, Judge, is to simply move them in and then publish them to the jury through reading them, because those are inconsistent statements that would rebut her statements.
Well, and I'd also have to object because you already had your chance to cross Ms. Belmont.
No, the state gets to present a rebuttal case that's part of the procedure to rebut any evidence that was presented during the defense case, so long as it's genuine rebuttal and not otherwise, like opening up a new avenue. So what I said was that I was going to allow the state to present their rebuttal, that thereafter I was going to excuse the jurors for the day, that we were going to have a charge conference and have closings tomorrow. So I wouldn't expect that we'd be in session all day by any means.
Thank you.
But if but this is going to proceed, but if you need a few minutes to review what the state's proposing, and I'm not quite sure, Mr. Mansfield, what your proposed procedure is. I'm not clear. I mean, you gave me this page of excerpts from Paul's first deposition, May 1st, 2019. I'm not sure.
Let me clarify. There's two different pieces of rebuttal evidence I'm going to be moving in today. The first piece of rebuttal evidence, I have the officer here. The officer is going to come in, take the stand, tell us that she went to the hospital to interview the witness, Paula Belmont, that her body worn was on, and that Paula Belmont made statements to her about what had happened the night of the crime.
Okay.
And I have that video to play. That's the first piece of rebuttal. The second piece of rebuttal are excerpts from her deposition that I provided to the court and to the defense. These excerpts are directly on point with various comments that she made yesterday, and these excerpts rebut what she said yesterday in her testimony for the defense.
Okay, so how do you want to publish that? I mean, you're not moving this piece of paper into evidence.
Judge, I would seek to move the paper in, or if not, I would just seek to be able to publish to the jury. I say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you the question and the answer that was provided to the witness, and I mean the question was provided to the witness and her answer, and I'll just read it to the jury.
And Your Honor, I would like to, again, I would object to that. I would like to, again, at least know which statements you plan on moving the jury, if you plan on moving this whole thing in here.
Okay, so the way it's done, in my experience, is reading the alleged inconsistency that the written transcript or some excerpts from it in writing are not normally the way it's done. Normally it is deposition, sworn to on such and such a date, line, page, whatever line, question, answer. The attorneys can either, one attorney can be both the questioner and the witness, or I've seen them, one be the questioner, one be the witness.
Well, Your Honor, if I
Yes,
may take exception again. The state had all of this prior to Ms. Belmont taking her perpetuated testimony. They had their chance to cross her then. They had their chance to rebut that.
I believe that doesn't preclude rebuttal evidence. Now, if you need a few minutes to review this, that's fine.
Judge, and it doesn't preclude. This was evidence. This is why we didn't call Paula Belmont. This is why we let the defense call her.
I understand that. I understand that. You can certainly, present any kind of inconsistent statement if it's in fact inconsistent. So, I don't know. Mr. Tucker needs 30 minutes to review some of this
Yes,
stuff, or 10 minutes, or 5, or
I'll tell you, I don't. Looking over this, I'm going to have to take a look at the video, and I'm going to have to take a look at this deposition. Are you planning on putting the video in too?
The video is going to play for the jury, just like testimony.
Okay.
well, okay, was provided in discovery.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, are we having excerpts from the
Yes,
video?
sir.
Okay, so
On behalf of the client.
for the defense, outside the presence of the jury. So just like, okay, so
Okay.
30 minutes to go through this, and I guess we have all the jurors present. Could you tell them that, we're not going to be with them till about 10:05. They can either stay there or, take a little break if they want to. At 10:05.
And Judge Jones, just for the record, I mean, our apologies. We didn't know there wasn't going to be a defense presentation today. I would have addressed this yesterday afternoon.
I understand.
And one more thing, Your Honor. I mean, again, they did call her when we did the motion to perpetuate. That was your witness.
Understood. Understand, but it was presented in your case. That's the difference. That's like I was explaining yesterday. The deposition is one thing, but who chooses to use it is an entirely different thing. So anyway,
thank you.
we'll be back at 10:05. Anything further before we bring the jury up?
Your Honor, I would actually have to take a little bit longer to review these. I'm reviewing an entire deposition, and the videos that they brought are clips from videos, and I'm trying to get the context of where the clips came from.
Judge, typically in a rebuttal case, it has to be narrowly tailored to the issues that you're rebutting. So I took clips from the interview with Paula Belmonte at the hospital. The clips, I think, total like 1 minute and 20-some seconds. The defendant, I guess,
I'm just
wants
reviewing.
to watch the entire video. I have no objection to using the entire video, whatever way he wants to go, but that's where we're at, I think.
Your Honor, for me to know that, I just have to review it, that's all.
Review what?
I'm just reviewing I was actually reviewing the video right before you came out, Your Honor. I'm trying to make good use of my time. There's actually 3 videos, and I'm not even sure which one it is.
They're excerpts from the 3 videos where she talks about her inability to ID the second assailant. That's what they are.
Okay. And,
How much more time would you need?
I don't know, Your Honor. Again, I'm not going to need that much time. I mean, as far as reviewing the videos, but then I also have to review the depot where these are coming from, because he didn't provide the entire depot. At least not that I can see here. Again, it's being excerpts from the depot, and I don't know the context.
How much time would you like to have?
To do the entire depot and check the videos, all 3 of them, I'd say at least a half hour, Your Honor.
How long would you anticipate this presentation to be?
Judge, maybe half an hour total?
I'm just contemplating bringing the jurors out, telling them to come back at 1 o'clock, letting this unfold, because I just don't want to continue to go back and forth and have these people waiting further. So
We agree, Judge.
if that would make it more palatable or convenient. I mean, none of it's convenient for the jury, but if that would be more considerate, then we could resolve whatever objections there are to this. I could tell them to come back at 1. We'd be prepared to present to them. Then we can have our charge conference. I'm assuming, I inquired a few days ago about proposed jury instructions. I'm assuming that that package is together.
It's in the process, Judge. I'm just about 90% done, but I'll have him by this afternoon, and I'll email Mr. Tucker his proposed jury instructions.
And jury verdict form?
Yes, sir.
That was my question, Your Honor, so they already addressed it.
And so then, if we let these folks go to 1 o'clock, we have them come back, we have the rebuttal case, we do our charge conference. I guess that's the best way to handle it. That's way I don't have to continue to come back and ask how much more time. And wait a second, just hold on a second. All right. Have a seat, folks. Ladies, gentlemen, good morning. Good to see you all here. So, I can assure you, I can tell time. I know that clock says 10:15, and I know I told you to be here at 9:15. So I, in good faith, believed that we'd be able to get to you at 9:15, but just like all of you and all of humanity, I can't predict the future. I do my best to try to gauge how much time things are going to take and what's going to happen. Sometimes I'm accurate and sometimes I'm not as accurate. Unfortunately, in this particular case, I haven't been as accurate as I think I normally am. So I have to, again, be very grateful for your patience, your understanding, your attendance, and all the other things that it takes to be a juror on this case. I do want to advise you that we haven't been idle here. In other words, while you're waiting, it's not like we're all taking an extended coffee break or none of the above. We're working and making progress in terms of ultimately getting the case to you. And so I can advise you that the defense presentation has been completed, that I can advise you of. And so the next step is the state's going to have an opportunity to present its case in rebuttal, which will be relatively short. And so what we need to do, or what has to happen now, in light of the fact that we've reached this juncture in the case, once again, I have to spend some time with the attorneys outside of your presence. How long is that going to take? I don't exactly know, but I do know that the best way to do it and try not to keep you in limbo is to excuse you to 1 o'clock. And that way I am as confident as I can be of anything that at 1 o'clock you'll have evidence and rebuttal presented to you, and the evidentiary portion of the trial will be over at that time. What that then means is that the lawyers, defendant, and myself will confer outside your presence. You'll be excused, and tomorrow we should be able to go to closings and deliberations. So again, I always try to be mindful of your scheduling, your time, try to give you the best feedback I can as to where we're at in this process. So again, I apologize for the wait, but this is where we're at, and I'll look forward to seeing you back at 1 o'clock, and have a good rest of the morning. Okay, so they're going to 1, so you'd think that, Mr. Tucker,
That's more than enough time.
well, no, I mean, I've got to come back here. I don't have to, but I would think I'd need to come back here at 11 to see if there's any objections. I mean, so if you have any objections, I want to be able to rule on them so we don't find ourselves sending these folks back and forth again.
So 45 minutes, Your Honor. Is that what you what?
That's what I'm estimating. I
Okay,
mean,
no, I'm just checking.
so like 11:05, and
That's-
sometimes the opposing sides actually reach agreements on some of this stuff where One side may say, gee whiz, I have a problem with that, did you notice that? And the other side might say, oh, okay, we'll withdraw that one. Other times they don't, they need the judge to make a decision. So if there's any agreements and if there are any objections, if they're not, that's whatever. I'll be back at 11:05.
Thank you.
Who's had an opportunity to view the rebuttal material or any objections?
Your Honor, there's a couple of things I'd like to go over with Mr. Mansfield, I guess, on this. The videos, he stipulated that he would play them in their entirety. I agree. You know, if we're going to play the videos, we play them in their entirety.
Judge, let me explain. The three, typically speaking, what I'm using the videos for is to rebut her statements about IDing the second person that came in yesterday. So I pulled 3 snippets from the first video at the hospital, or 3 clips from the first video at the hospital. Mr. Tucker wants that video played in its entirety, so I will play the first video in its entirety where these 3 clips were pulled from. That interview goes on, they go outside of the hospital. I'm not playing all that. That's not my purpose in using this video. My purpose is very specific. I'm rebutting the statements that she made yesterday on the defense case, where she articulates what she knows about the second person in the treehouse that night versus what she's saying here the night that it happened.
Well, Your Honor, if I may. Well, first off, you know, I would like to renew my objection to the videos coming in at all because, you know, again, the perpetuated testimony was supposed to be used solely if she was unavailable and nothing else after that. They had all this available to them at the time. They got their cross in, all that at the time, and now they want to go ahead and redo it. Since mine was stricken from the record, I would suggest that, you know, that yes, I'm not going to get an opportunity to redo mine. I would imagine they don't get to redo theirs.
I'm sorry, what when you say
Her original
mine?
testimony when she came in to testify, Your Honor, it was stricken from the record. So I didn't get to actually cross her. I didn't get to actually direct her, I should say. But now they would like to go ahead and recross, even though they've crossed this testimony before.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't believe it's a recross. In fact, it's a rebuttal, so
Okay.
I believe they're entitled to present rebuttal, and I believe the Zoom effort with Ms. Belmont, I've covered that completely, and I don't think that's pertinent at this point.
Your Honor, I just wanted it on the record, that was all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as the current videos, Mr. Mansfield was not able to tell me which videos they were pulled from, so I had to go and look at all 3. I didn't do so completely, but I kind of have an idea, I guess, which videos he's pulling from. And like I said, any video he's pulling from, I'd like it played in its entirety, just for context. Because taking clips out of context, taking sound bites out, I don't like that idea. It has a danger of prejudicial impact on the jury.
So, is there any...
Again, I have no problem playing the video that incorporates all 3 of these statements, but once the last one is made, I'm not moving anything in beyond that last statement about ID. So to play that other, that's not what I'm planning on presenting.
Oh, okay. Just so I'm clear. Just let me understand the issue here. The state has, when we say a video, could you again identify what, where, when?
Yes, sir. It's a video at the hospital the night of the event when Miss Belmont was taken to the hospital, and Danielle Malone approaches her in the hospital and begins to ask her questions about what happened at the treehouse, and Miss Belmont gets into detail about the assailant, both assailants actually.
Okay, so there's portions of that you believe rebut assertions, statements in yesterday's deposition to perpetuate.
Correct, Judge, that's correct.
And Mr. Tucker would like to have context, so you're amenable to that interview in the hospital being played.
The portion of the interview that addresses the ID of the second assailant. Then that interview goes on, but that's not rebutting anything at that point. My rebuttal is her statements about that second assailant. So I have no problem playing the video that incorporates the discussion about the second assailant. But at that point, I don't think there's any purpose in playing the rest of her interview because I'm not using that to rebut anything.
So, is there anything further from the defense about this issue?
Yes, sir, because innately, I guess, what Mr. Mansfield's trying to argue is that, we're not going to use these cuts, but we're going to go ahead and cut it, cut it right then and there. And, again, you're removing all context of where, what was happening, what was going on, her state of mind at the time. You're really, again, if you're going to use this as a rebuttal, you have to provide the complete picture.
There is a rule of completeness, but that doesn't go to the entirety of the interview.
No,
if there was some statement that she made and they chopped it off in the middle of the sentence or within a paragraph that explained, that would be one thing, but there's no obligation to play the entirety of the interview.
Well, it's not that long, Your Honor, and to be quite frank, I'm looking through the deposition here, and that's exactly what they did. They chopped out different sentences.
Well, as long as those sentences are not misleading or they're, but...
That's why we haven't gotten to that part yet, Your Honor, but I'm saying is the video is not that long. If it's the first one, if that's what he wants to use, I don't see why we don't just play it in its entirety.
I've already said I'll play that one in its entirety, the first video.
Okay, and that's the only one. That's the only one with the cuts, right?
So we both know what we're talking
agreement.
about. The first video.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay, so, all right, fine. So what other objections are there?
Well, at this point, again, I've been going through the deposition, and I'm almost inclined to want to go through literally just submit the entire deposition. Because, again, these sentences are cut out. They're cut out from, again, they're taken way out of context. And if we want to provide the jury a clear picture of what she said, I think we give them the entire deposition.
But that's not the goal.
He's almost doing it already, Your Honor. He just takes out the stuff he doesn't like.
Well, again, if it's misleading, if it's not complete, but
that would be the
state
case.
is not under an obligation, or vice versa, either party is not under an obligation to present adverse material to their case, especially if it's just redundant as to what the other side already presented. Well, so if there's some particular excerpt that's objectionable, I'll be happy to look at the
Your Honor, like I said, I haven't had a chance to go through the entire thing, right? But as I've seen so far, right, literally we would have to go through, and again, we're going to have to go through piece by piece by piece. And yes, there's different parts where, yes, it is definitely misleading.
Well, well, let's get started because I'm
Oh, and the other thing, Your Honor, I did have one more issue, or not issue, but one thing I'd like to address is, okay, if they want to go ahead and play this video as a rebuttal, we have videos that actually add context to this video that we would like to play.
Okay, so,
the defense doesn't put on a rebuttal to the state. I'm rebutting evidence he introduced yesterday with that video at the hospital and the deposition. We've already covered the video from the hospital. I would submit we need to start going through the different deposition statements and see if the court will make a ruling as to whether we should be able to go into those or not.
In all honesty, Your Honor, I mean, this should have been addressed before we came in today. I would say, you know, I mean, it's not like I haven't been, you know, available for communication. I haven't been available to go ahead and to go ahead and look at these things. But what I'm saying is, okay, again, she says things in this deposition specifically in response to things that, you know, happened outside of the deposition. And again, it takes it out of context.
okay, well, again, let's look at the specifics because that's
Okay.
how we handle it.
I would agree. That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, so this deposition was a discovery deposition?
Yes, sir. Back on May 1st of 2019.
Do you happen to have a copy I could look at? Or
Judge, I gave you the excerpts.
you gave me the excerpts, yeah.
You want the entire deposition?
I can actually.
I have it.
Well, Thank you. Okay, so,
Judge, first and foremost, let me draw your attention to the beginning. The witness was sworn in, so we covered that. The first excerpt the state intends to potentially use is on page 13. It's a rather involved question and answer about identity. Yeah, in dark clothing. I don't remember. It's been a year.
wait.
Hold on. Could you please just give me a second to pull it up so that I can follow, please?
right, page 13, line 1, just reading from the, actually, from what I can see, it's lines, you want to use lines 1 through 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead, read it.
The first one.
Actually, I can read it. I don't need you to.
Fair enough.
Yeah, let me read it. Is there an objection to this excerpt?
Well, just 1 second. I just got it up there. All right, so let me see what it says here. Absolutely. This is what I'm, okay. I don't have anything necessarily in opposition to in this section, Your Honor, but she does go into, later she actually says some things that add to this section.
Okay. Frank, if you have no objection, that's fine. I honestly, starting at the top of the page, it's like confusing. I don't know who it's talking about, and moreover, it doesn't seem to be inconsistent. She's talking about Rory Wilson, at least on. So what?
Judge, may I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I included the beginning of the page just for context, but she really gets down to it. Line 10. Are you sure it was Rory Wilson? Absolutely, without a doubt. Who else did you see there that night? No one that I can identify. Do you know Ty Tucker? I know him, yes. Did you not see Ty? Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. In the perpetuated testimony yesterday, she was adamant 100% when Colorado asked her that it wasn't Ty Tucker. Here she's saying she can't identify the second person.
I understand that would be inconsistent with the testimony. I just didn't, again, understand how the portion about Rory Wilson. But again, if it's given context,
Your Honor, could I again interject here? I don't mean to. I don't want to step on your toes, but okay. But this is what I meant by the videos again. Because okay, it is inconsistent with a statement she made, but she also says in her videotape deposition, the mentioned was the perpetuated testimony. She says there was a time there that Detective Pitcher had her thinking it wasn't me, and unfortunately, this is the result of that time, which we have the videos of where he is confusing her. He is giving her other information. He's feeding her information, saying it wasn't me. That is, again, not inconsistent with what she says in her perpetuated testimony. She says exactly that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, if
I just think it would prejudice the jury to think that, man, she's actually saying something Again, she is in different states of mind depending on when these were asked.
Right. This happened immediately after the
No.
episode.
Not the deposition.
Oh, not the deposition. You're right. But in any event, I think that, that's...
I think in all fairness, we should show the context. I mean, again, she says that Detective Pitcher had her questioning at a given point, and I can see why when you look at the videos.
Okay. In any event, I'm going to allow this particular excerpt.
Okay.
So then we go to the next page.
Page 14.
This is just a continuation.
It is a continuation, Judge.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
Okay. Is there any objection to this segment?
Yes, Your Honor, because again, this one actually does have sentences that are removed. They have, again, there's things in here that are removed. I'd have to again go over quickly here just to make sure that.
Sentences that were removed.
Yes, there's statements that are actually removed from this. I mean, if our copies are correct, it's
Page 14,
Yep.
lines 1 through 25. What's removed?
Okay, let's see. We've got, you saw two people.
This is the, I'm looking at the transcript.
I'm just making sure mine is on par there. Yeah, see. Okay, no. She believes that second person had Billy Club, Troy, I think Roy stabbed Matthew Bonnets. So far, nothing consistent. Did say that. See. And this is where I'm getting it at here, right here. This is the section where it's been removed, Your Honor.
What section, sir?
No, I can't. I don't remember. I know at one point a small knife fell. I know at one point another stick fell. I believe that is when Roger got it, but you are talking a year and a half ago, and they are memories that I try to hide, so I can't answer that honestly.
Why do you say that's been removed?
Because I don't see all of that there.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know.
maybe
What I've been given, it says the whole page.
Because I mean, I'm looking at it, Your Honor. It goes, okay. Let me see.
Goes page 14.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I may be mistaken. Hold on a second. Flip the page here. Okay. Now let's see. We're at line 20. Just a second person. Okay. And check it again right here. Now, if you can see the second person. Okay, I'll backtrack on that, Your Honor. It was my mistake. I was reading the wrong section.
So to be clear, Judge, nothing has been removed.
But let me again check it for inconsistencies, though. I want to see where we're inconsistent here. Because okay, the only thing that I see that's inconsistent with this is, that she thinks that at one point where Rory Wilson has the billy club, which again. I don't see how, if he's on top of her slicing her throat, she thinks he has a billy club.
Well, Judge, it doesn't matter what he thinks. She said in her perpetuated testimony that the guy on top of her had a knife to her throat and the other guy had the billy club. And here she's putting the billy club in Rory Wilson's hand.
Again, this goes back to state of mind.
Yes, and those are all subjects that you can make closing argument about. The issue would be weight and credibility as opposed to admissibility. In other words, I admit it, but if you care to and you believe that this was she was confused, that her mind had been somehow or other impacted by some other event, or that it's unworthy of belief, that goes to the weight and credibility. It doesn't go to the admissibility.
No, and Your Honor, I would agree, and I'm just saying that she did make those statements in her current state. In her current statements, she said that she was confused by Detective Pitcher.
Okay.
Now, the only other thing, Your Honor, actually, hold on, let's make sure I'm correct here. No, go ahead. As far as that section, I have nothing else, Your Honor. I'm good there.
Page 15, lines 1 through 25.
Judge, before we do that, so on page 14, is this court ruling that the state's allowed to introduce those statements?
Yes?
Okay.
Any objection to this page?
Your Honor, quite honest, I'm trying to remember exactly what Ms. Belmont said in her jury testimony as far as the altercation. I'm not sure if it's. I can't honestly be sure if it is or it isn't.
Well, let's hear what the state's explanation is or argument.
Very well. Page 15, she clarifies who was in what position. During her perpetuated testimony, she was all over the place about who was where and who was doing what. So here she somewhat clarifies that when Matt came up the stairs, Rory was behind him, and who was facing Rory when he came up the stairs, et cetera, et cetera. So she clarifies a lot of where she was on the perpetuated testimony, which was all over the place on who was where on the inside. She also clarifies about there being a small knife that fell. She wanted to get it.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
A small knife is in reference to a knife that Roger Ruggett had, and yes, you did try and go after it. I don't see where that, again, I don't know where that's going to come in as inconsistent. But as far as, being all over the place, again, she seems to be all over the place in here, too, as I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Well, I would agree with you there. Is there an objection or not?
The only objection you would get from me, Your Honor, is I don't think it's inconsistent. I mean, she's all over the place. I can barely keep up with. I'm trying to picture in my head what happened here, and again, it is all over the place.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mr. Mansfield, unless there's something specific, it's really just hard for me to be able to pigeonhole this into a prior inconsistent statement. It just seems too broad to me.
Fair enough.
So I would incline to sustain the objection.
Okay. Judge, and that was it. It was just basically lines 12 through 18 about who was where coming up the stairs and where was he in relation to Matthew Bonner. But it is vague, and that's fine. I understand. I won't use 15.
All right. So now we're on to 16, lines 13 through 25. Mr. Tucker?
I'm looking at it again, Your Honor, because this would be one of those where I was talking about lines being cut out, because it is starting off at 13.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that there's nothing that adds to context, before that or after.
Well, there's nothing special about the pages. It's not like they're organized by,
That's all.
they're not organized by subject matter. They're just, chronological recordation or transcript of what was said.
Line 13. If that's not inconsistent as far as the littler person, dark clothing, that's not inconsistent. Okay, this is what, okay. Yeah, so you heard the second person speak. Yes, I think we killed him. That's what I heard him say. What I would ask the prosecution, what's inconsistent here?
Judge, what's inconsistent is right at the beginning, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was a littler person. And in her perpetuated testimony, she's giving these statements about being 100% sure it's not Tyrone. It wasn't his physicality. It wasn't his stature. It wasn't his walk. It wasn't his persona, whatever. She went on a whole litany of explanations. But the truth of the matter is, here in this depo, she says, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all. In her perpetuated testimony, she was adamant it wasn't his walk, it wasn't his this. It's completely contradicting what she testified to.
Your Honor, if I
Yes.
may.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't see it that way because, okay, she does say that she has trouble seeing him because, Rory Wilson's on top of her and she only sees parts of it, parts of it. She actually later on goes to say in this one that their best view is when he actually goes down the stairs. Now, at that point, she definitely can see size, and she does say that he's smaller than Rory Wilson. She repeated that many times in the perpetuated testimony. Again, it's again, I don't see where it's inconsistent here. I mean, it may be a little bit, again, maybe, I don't know, confusing, but it's not inconsistent.
Well, did she ever say definitively who among those two people said, I think we killed him?
She thinks the second person said that, but she said here that she barely saw the second person, and she heard the second person say that. In her perpetuated testimony, she was adamant the second person was not Ty Tucker.
Well, she doesn't say specifically in this that it was or it wasn't. It's not inconsistent. She just doesn't say it. She doesn't mention it.
Well, I think that the statement, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was a littler person, I think there's an inconsistency there in terms of one's ability to be so adamant as to who it's not. Now, if you want the rest of this stuff carved out, I might be inclined to do that, although I think this is precisely what you were concerned about, Mr. Tucker, as to context.
I would agree. I'm looking at it right now. I'm just trying to figure out context right here. It's like, okay, because I know she makes other statements, and I haven't, Your Honor, I did not have enough time to go through the deposition in its entirety. I'm happy we're doing it now, but so I haven't had a chance to look at the entire thing. But I do know she goes into it later, where she's talking about, again, she sees different details. Just because she only, they pick out one detail here doesn't mean she doesn't, say other details in another section.
Well, in any event, I don't understand why this business about Todd O'Quinn at the end is in there.
I can take that out.
I mean,
Again, it was for context, but leave it in or take it.
well, so line 13, okay, okay, line 14, line 15, line 16,
I think I would actually I would object to those, Your Honor, just because she doesn't say who says it. Like, she doesn't say that it was, she doesn't actually get asked whether or not, she recognized the voice, anything like that.
Judge, I would propose that we potentially cut it off at line 18 because that's the sum and substance of the identification.
All right, so
So we're just going to go from 13 to 17, is that correct?
18.
To 18.
18 answers the question.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that would be
All
fine.
right,
That would be fine, Your Honor.
so now we're on page 17, 14 through 25. What about this one?
Okay, this would go back to that whole picture thing. Because yes, he does confuse her and has her at a point where, and she says that it's not inconsistent with what she said in her perpetuated testimony. She says specifically that Pitcher confused her about things, and she says right here that she is confused.
Where does she
Well,
say?
I mean, she's not saying specifically she's confused. What she's saying is, no, because I didn't know he had anything to do with it, or if he had anything to do with it, I didn't know what they all lived together. That was being perpetuated to her by Pitcher. And, again, he specifically sat there and told her, Ty Tucker did this, Ty Tucker did that, Ty Tucker, has a long rap sheet, Ty Tucker has all this other stuff, and he's literally pumping her full of it. And
So-
she says that, it confused her.
Where's the inconsistency here, State?
Judge, during the perpetuated testimony, she talked about knowing that it wasn't Ty, that Pitcher had told her, and she kept saying to Pitcher, are you sure, because I don't see it, I don't see it.
That's
And
why-
here she says, didn't you tell him at the time that you knew he had nothing to do with this? No, ma'am, you did not know, because I didn't know he had anything to do with it, or if he had anything to do with it. I didn't know that they all lived together.
And, Your Honor,
So wait, just let me ruminate on this a second. So what is this inconsistent with?
During the perpetuated testimony, she articulated that she knew it wasn't Tucker that was the second person. That is not what she's saying here. Here she's saying that I don't know if it was him or not. I don't know if he had anything to do with it or not at that point when they met at McDonald's. In the perpetuated testimony, she was adamant that he wasn't the second person.
Your Honor, if I
No,
might-
the defense argument is.
Yeah, the prosecution just made it for me. He literally just, spit back what Pitcher was telling her. And again, he's sitting there telling her. She's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure it wasn't Ty?" And he's feeding her a bunch of stuff that says says her memory is wrong. And later on, after she found out that Pitcher was lying, yes, it solidified her memory.
Judge, she can argue all day to the jury about what Pitcher put in her head, but this is an inconsistent statement from what she made in her perpetuated testimony.
That's why I say it's unfair to put it out of context when she says that happened, and yes, we know it happened. You just repeated it, but you want to use the section where she was being confused by him.
Was he? I'm sorry. I mean, obviously he wasn't the deponent here.
No. He literally pulled her into the squad car. I don't know how many times, and literally sat there and said, "It's Ty Tucker. It's Ty Tucker. It's Ty Tucker," over and over and over again.
Well, I mean,
And then blatantly lied to her about a whole bunch of things, and she kept on going. "Are you sure? I don't think it's Ty. I don't think it's Ty." And she's saying, "Are you sure?" And she is obviously confused by the guy, and she says that in her perpetuated testimony. She, again, there's nothing inconsistent. She says at one time she was confused.
okay. Okay, so maybe this was one of those times, but nevertheless, it's an inconsistent statement, so I'm going to overrule the objection. So now, page 18,
Yes, sir.
lines 1 through 25.
Yes.
This, Your Honor, I mean, just a quick objection here. I mean, this is one of the ones where I say taking the sentences out of it definitely changes the context.
What sentences are taken
Well,
out of
okay.
it? I see 1 through 25 as what the state's.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, let's see, hold on. No, when after, okay, police didn't tell you that. She goes, who told you that Ty had something to do with it, right? Let's go back here. Nobody told me. Police didn't tell me. No. Well, afterwards, when they arrested him, yes. You know, so, and that, you know.
It's not removed.
I'm
It's
sorry.
right there in
Sorry.
I would assume you would.
Sorry.
You would want that based upon what you've
Okay,
broken.
not afterwards arrested. Yes, okay. I was having much nowhere near him. That's true. And again, I'm looking for inconsistencies here because there's nothing inconsistent so far. All right. Nowhere near him. Are you sure that he's involved? I mean, what kind of question is that? As you think this is confusing. I told you it was because the police arrested him. I'm having a little trouble here. I'm just a little confused. This is actually hearsay too, by Your Honor, as far as, man, the things that I say, right? Because, okay, I'd be happy to clarify what I said in there, but, you know, you're taking my testimony and putting it in there.
Well, a statement contrary to interest is admissible against a party if it's in fact contrary to one's interest. You're right, it's hearsay, but it's one of the many exceptions to the hearsay rule, which is why in many cases statements made by the defendants are admissible if it's against interest. So
Your Honor, I mean, the thing is, there's nothing against interest in this. I mean, I did make that statement. I made it on video in my interrogation. I mean, that's where I learned about the knife. That came from Captain Phelps. I learned it from there. So it's hearsay from her to me to Paula, which the state knows.
well, state want to respond
Sure.
to
The inconsistency here starts with line 9. What kind of question is that? I had told you I can't identify him. The person was wearing a mask. In the perpetuated testimony, she's saying it's not Ty Tucker. Here she's saying I can't identify him. The person was wearing a mask. So here she can't say that. And then the perpetuated testimony, she's saying it was, I don't know who it was, but it wasn't Ty Tucker. That part I know. That's not what she was saying here, so that's an inconsistency.
Well, I would
And
have
then, if it continues on, it's the context of this conversation. When you get to the next part, in page 19, the night that the police found had Matt's blood on it. That's what he said. That's what Tucker told her. And you hugged him at McDonald's? Yes, I was upset, crying because of what Roy did, not knowing, like I said, not knowing that Ty Tucker had anything to do with it, because I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. So here she's saying she can't say he was there or he wasn't there, and in her perpetuated testimony, she's 100% sure he wasn't there. So that is the inconsistency that is being articulated in the from page 18, line 9 to page 19, line 7.
Again, Your Honor, like I said, I'd almost have to, because again, you're talking about the same thing she said, and I've already argued this a few times, and yes, I understand it's an inconsistent statement, but she says she did this in the perpetuated testimony. You know, she says she did that.
She said she did what?
Well, as far as, her story was, she was confused because of Detective Pitcher. And that's why I suggested if we were going to do it, we might as well play it for context because, again, it's highly prejudicial. And yes, I think it outweighs the value that he has here.
Right. I'm going to overrule the objection here. So from page 18, line 1 through page 19, line 7.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Your Honor. As far as the hearsay, if I remember correctly, I am allowed to add context as far as my words in that.
What do you mean?
If I remember the hearsay exception, I may not be remembering it correctly.
How do you mean add context?
I actually have a chance to respond to what I supposedly said. I can't remember the hearsay.
Well, okay.
exception.
Are you going to be testifying? I guess you told me earlier you were.
Well, I wasn't planning on it, but if they're going to go ahead and put my words in here, I might have to.
Judge, I think what he's saying is that somehow he would be able to get up and flesh this out, and that is not how this works. This is her statement in her deposition that contradicts what she said during the perpetuated testimony.
Well, okay.
Go ahead, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Hold it. So let's go back here. I want to be sure before we get into the rebuttal case that you were not going to testify in your own case, because I didn't go through that colloquy, and so based upon what you'd said earlier in the proceedings that you absolutely weren't going to testify, I assumed that wasn't the case. But if that is the case, then you would I would certainly allow you to testify before the state's rebuttal case if you want to include your testimony in your case in chief. So I didn't go through that colloquy, and I'll be happy to let you testify in your case and tell the jurors that that's part of your case if that's what you want to do.
Okay. Your Honor, I would at this point, I would almost say I'd have to, because the state's putting out things that I said in response to things that happened, and I'd almost have to. So, because that's the only reason I didn't plan on it. I didn't plan on hearsay testimony from me coming in.
I understand. Trials, you can't completely plan, but I want to make it clear, your testimony would be now. This at the beginning of the afternoon. It wouldn't be after, at this point, the state's rebuttal case. So
I would tell you, actually, Your Honor, if I could do it in narrative form as you suggested, yes.
Okay. So, any input from the state? As I said, I didn't go through that colloquy. I was occupied with many other things at that point, but I always, before we go any further, go through a colloquy with the defendant.
Correct.
So
we have to do that if he wants to testify. He's got the right to testify. So
Okay, so as long as you understand, Mr. Tucker, that's, we come back and I'd explain to the jurors that there was one more bit of evidence or one more evidentiary presentation, and that would be the defendant's testimony. That's your right. Nobody.
I think at this point that would be the best, Your Honor.
Well, that's your choice. And yes, you within reason, you can testify in narrative form. That would certainly mean you have to speak at a pace, not a rapid pace. And, you know, normally I tell people who do that to kind of break it into segments and just not one run-on, because it's not ideal. It's awkward for a person to ask the questions to themselves. So,
Your Honor, like again, if you give me a second so that I can go ahead, I got to figure out where I'm going to start, where I want to end, because I don't want to just run on forever and just rattle off. But yes, I can go ahead and I can testify via narrative form. I can, as far as objections, could I make them from the stand? That's the only question I have.
yes, you'd have to be able to, but of course, the direct is, the cross is subject to the scope of direct within reason, but that can be broader than one might imagine, depending.
Judge, I've never seen it in the narrative. Is there any way to have a lawyer direct him while he's on the stand and have his testimony elicited from a direct examination?
Not a lawyer that I know. I'm not going to. No.
He's got these advisors. I don't know if they're available.
They're not counsel of record. They're
And they're not available, Your Honor, or else I would ask them.
well, then they have to make an appearance, and if they're willing to, put their name back on the dotted line, so be it. But otherwise, that's the way I've seen it done, and it's manageable as long as the person isn't speaking a mile a minute, which I don't think Mr. Tucker does that, and as long as they, pause and,
The only thing I would ask, Your Honor, because I'm just looking for some direction here, because again, things that happened over the course of this thing. I mean, I talked to other people. I had experiences with different people. I mean, I'm sure some of that would be hearsay, it'd be objectionable. I don't know how I curb that, so to speak, and say and tell the story.
I really can't tell you other than it's you
Just trying to
like
avoid hearsay.
any witness. I don't know what to tell you, other than I'm going to assume that the state will make objections they deem to be appropriate, and I'll make my best ruling. So if you want to testify, again, I just want to make it clear that it would be when we get back. It's not in the wake at this point of the state's rebuttal. It's part of your case in chief.
Okay, that sounds fine, Your Honor. It's just, I think it's better. It's best at this time. I wasn't aware that the state was going to do this. That's why.
I understand that, and again, I'm in an abundance of caution. I'm revisiting the issue about your testimony, and because I'd made an assumption you weren't, but now you are, and that's fine, and that's your right. And so, in any event, to some extent, we're going to continue with this exercise here.
I guess we should, Judge, because I'm still planning on a rebuttal case. So
All right. So,
I think Your Honor ruled through page 19 would be admissible.
yeah.
Oh, hold on. Where were we at?
We just dealt with line 18, page 18, lines 1 through 7 on page 19.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. 18, 1 through 25, 19, 1 through 7. So now, page 32, lines 21 through 24. Did you see who took your purse? The other person with the backpack. And what did the backpack look like? It was black.
That's
Black?
not inconsistent.
It was black. Okay, what's that?
Judge, it was context. I'm not worried about it. We can take that out.
Okay, take that out. Page 33, line 2, 3, and 4. And what was in it? Stuff, perfume, $27. I don't know what else was in it. It's been a year and a half.
I think Mr. Mansfield and I agreed, he wasn't sure if it was inconsistent.
I don't think so.
I wasn't either, so.
I don't think so. She pretty much parallels her testimony that I recollect. So that's out. Page 38. Line 2.
Just give me a second here. Mine's coming from the cloud and it's being slow. Actually, page only 5 pages. Mr. Mansfield, do you happen to have an extra copy
Of what?
of the original deposition? 'Cause
No.
Mine, it's coming from the cloud and it's just,
I don't
must
have an
slow
extra
internet.
He can look at this if he wants to.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we've got to wrap this part of it up.
Thanks.
There was a scuffle between them, and Roger got thrown like into a tarp. I don't believe I said he was beating him. I was the one getting beat, but there was a scuffle between those two, the other person and Roger. And you saw the second person holding a knife to Roger's throat? No, ma'am. You did not see that? No, ma'am. You were told that? I was told that by Roger. That is why Roger wasn't helping me. And Roger was the one who told you that the other man had a knife to his throat? Yes, ma'am. But you never saw that? No, ma'am. I couldn't see past Rory Wilson because he was on top of me, beating me for the third time. I have told you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't see anything inconsistent
Yeah,
here.
I'm trying to see it myself. What is the point here?
The inconsistency, Judge, is that she said she saw the other person, holding a knife to Roger's throat. Here she's saying she didn't see it, that she was told that by Roger, and she says, I couldn't see it because I couldn't see past Rory Wilson, who was on top of me, beating me for the third time. In her perpetuated testimony, she said she saw the second person with a knife, holding a knife to Roger's throat. That's not what she's saying here.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, she said she thought the other guy had a billy club, not a knife.
At one point, she said that, but
And then she also puts the billy club in Rory Wilson's hand at one point.
No, that is true. And when I was looking at this testimony, she does. And it's like I told you, she's highly confused right here. And especially the hospital one, she definitely is.
right.
Which is why, if he wants to play the video.
I'll overrule the objection. I believe it's within the scope of impeachment. So, page 43, lines 1 through 10. I don't know if he was the driver. Is that the one that was arrested for being the driver? Question, yes. No, I don't know him. Have you ever seen a picture of him after he was arrested? Okay. Who showed you a picture in the newspaper? And you didn't recognize him? No. So, what's the problem? Is he talking about Johnson?
Yes, she's talking about Travis Johnson here, Judge.
Okay, and so maybe that's inconsistent with the Zoom, but I told him to disregard that. It's not in play, so unless there's some...
I thought in the perpetuated testimony she said that she looked in the newspaper and saw the picture. You know what, Judge, that's fine. Take this one out. It's fine.
Page 54, 14 through 25. The second person that you can't identify, do you know whether or not that person was white or black? I couldn't tell you. Okay. Only that the person was smaller than Rory Wilson. Yes. And you believe it was a male? It was a male. When you heard his voice, yes, but the voice did not sound familiar to you? No, but it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice. So,
The inconsistency there, Judge, is in her perpetuated testimony. She testified that it wasn't Travis Tucker's voice, and that I'm sorry, Tyrone Tucker's voice, and that she knows his voice, and she was even specifically asked, do you know if he was masking his voice or not? And she said it didn't sound like it, and it wasn't Tyrone Tucker's voice. Here she's saying, you heard his voice, yes, but the voice did not sound familiar to you? No, but it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice.
all right. So we'll allow it. Page 57, lines 18 through 25. I may have asked you this. The second person that you can't identify that was there, do you remember what that person was wearing? Dark clothing and a mask. Did Rory Wilson have on a mask? Yes. Were the masks the same? I don't know. I didn't get to see the second person. So,
Again, Judge, it just goes to her statement that she couldn't see the second person, which is contrary to her adamant testimony in perpetuation, her perpetuated testimony where she was adamant that it wasn't Tyrone Tucker.
anything
This is the last
further?
page, correct?
Page 57, lines 18 through 25 is what.
Thank you, sir. It's 18 through 25. Dark clothing and mask, she says that. Mask, yes. Mask the same. I don't know. I didn't get to see the second person. And if I remember correctly, in a second. I think Mr. Mansfield and I talked about this. In her perpetuated testimony, she says like it was a hoodie mask kind of thing. Again, I'm not seeing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I'm looking at the.
Didn't get to
Hold
see.
on, let's see, because this goes over into page 58. It's like,
Well, right, but you said he was wearing a mask. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the person from the back when he was leaving? His darkness. What kind of mask was it? I don't know. It was dark. The mask was dark, like a hoodie mask. The
that's
back.
not, it's not inconsistent.
I can't tell you anything about it other than that. So.
That's what I mean. That's not inconsistent. She said, literally, she said it was a dark hoodie type of thing. She doesn't say anything specific about a mask. She doesn't say anything like that.
Yeah. State.
Judge, 58 was more in context with the last lines in 57, where she says, I didn't get to see the second person, which again completely contradicts what she's testifying to in her perpetuated testimony, that she can't ID that person, but she knows it wasn't Tyrone Tucker. Well, how can you say that if you didn't get to see the second person?
Again, Your Honor, in perpetuated testimony, she says specifically she got a look at him from the side. The best look she got at him was going down the stairs. She didn't, because again, Rory's all on top of her. She's getting glimpses of him. She never says that she sees anything. Anything that is, again, that's going to specifically.
The point that the state.
She doesn't say anything about the mask, basically.
But-
She says other than it was a black hoodie type thing.
But the point that the state is trying to make here, which they've been trying to make many of these
It's kind of repetitive.
quotes, is that Miss Belmont was adamant it wasn't Mr. Tucker. She was adamant. And then state's trying to say, how can you be adamant if you didn't see the person? That's the point they're trying to make.
I understand the point they're trying to make, but again, she says that in her perpetuated testimony. The biggest things that, for her that were the identifying features were height, which she did get. She says again, in this she's saying, okay, she didn't get a good look at him, and she does say that in there.
Okay.
But height, weight, and most importantly, the voice.
Right. Well, I believe it's within the scope of impeachment. The only question is, do you want page 58 or not? Because I would think, based upon the arguments you've made, that would almost be advantageous for you. But Mr. Mansfield's suggesting he would strike that, agree to have it stricken. But
No, I mean, if we're going to put the one in 57, you might as well put in 58.
okay, so that's that. So we're going to come back at 1 o'clock then. And again, Mr. Tucker, you're you're going to testify, you've informed me.
Yep.
That's fine. The only thing, and I will, you can certainly, as we discussed, when it's crossed, you can raise an objection. The only thing I think it's important to be mindful of, and I'm not suggesting you would do that, but testimony is different than argument.
I understand that.
Oh, okay. And similarly, when you get to final argument, that's different than testimony. But you understand that distinction, so then I don't need to explain it.
Your Honor, the only thing I do still have a question of is just because, like, some of these, like the one where he's talking about, you know, I talk about the knife and all that. I mean, I don't want to get into too much hearsay, but I mean, I was actually told that. So how do I address those type of things when I was told something like that? And that's what I'm telling DePaul.
I really can't.
It's a hairy.
I can't really answer that question.
Just deal with it when we get there.
I'll have to hear your testimony. I'll have to hear if there's an objection. I'll have to make my best decision. But as a general proposition, hearsay is a complicated matter. Judges and attorneys review it and have courses on it and read treatises on it on a regular basis. So your question is certainly not unusual or not something that isn't fairly debatable, but I can only make rulings when I hear it and when it's objected to.
Tell your story when you can't say who you talked to or what you said.
I'm not here to impose limits other than the rules of evidence and procedure.
Judge, I would just ask the court, that Mr. Tucker should not be able to go into the IA investigations and all the
I have no
collateral
intention.
things that came out, because that's hearsay. It's not been admitted into this case, and he shouldn't be allowed to testify to it when he's on the stand.
Well, he just indicated he didn't intend to, and I, as a general proposition, would be consistent with what I've ruled thus far. It would be inadmissible, but we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So we're here on the record, State versus Tucker. Jurors are in the jury room, so you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury then.
My glasses for this.
All right, folks, you can have a seat. We'll wait for the remaining juror. Make yourself comfortable.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The jury, welcome back. Good to see you back again. I'm sure you recall that I informed you before we took a very early break this morning that the defense's presentation had been completed. I was a bit premature with that. There's one other aspect of evidence that is going to be presented. So, Mr. Tucker.
I guess I'm calling myself to the stand.
All right, so Mr. Tucker is going to be a witness in the case, so if you'd approach the deputy, turn, face the clerk, just raise your right hand, face the clerk.
I'm sorry.
Like
Uniforms do that.
you've already cleared security like everybody else here, so you're good. Just, we want to put you under oath like every other witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand.
Actually, if you would, thank you. I'm probably going to need somewhere in here.
All right, so first of all, would you state your name?
Franklin Tyrone Tucker.
All right, so as you all know, Mr. Tucker's acting as his own attorney. So in this particular direct examination, he is being allowed to testify in narrative form rather than asking himself questions and then giving an answer. He's just going to testify as a narrative. So you can proceed.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little weird. Not exactly expected, guys. I'm sorry about that. But I guess we're going to start. I think the best place probably to start is probably around Hurricane Irma. That would probably be the best way to go. I had been in Key West for, I don't know, a while. Been probably a couple of years. Been working on boats. Originally, before this storm happened, I got myself a boat. Actually, I had 3 at one point. But, you know, doing the whole... The idea was to, sail the Caribbean, you know, eventually island hop my way down to Venezuela and then go to, you know, South America, go up the mouth of the Amazon. Didn't happen, you know. Obviously, Irma did a lot of damage. I mean, I'm sure some of you were here and remember. But the thing is I didn't evacuate when that happened, and eventually, just prior to this incident happening, I was working doing hurricane cleanup. You know, there wasn't very many of us here. A lot of people had evacuated, you know, so there wasn't too many people here to do that kind of work. Not that it was my normal thing, but yeah, I mean, I was getting paid pretty good money, to be honest. It was, you know, they had some of the more wealthy neighborhoods that were up in the Big Pine area. They had people who wanted their roofs blue tarped. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but they wanted their roofs blue tarped, and they were paying me $300 an hour to get up there. And at the time, I mean, it was like $300 an hour. I'm up there, no problem, you know. So, you know, I did some of that, and I also did hurricane, you know, like debris, getting rid of debris and chopping up, you know, cutting up like I don't know, logs or whatever, trees that had fallen. You know, I do remember finding an airplane cockpit in somebody's backyard in Big Pine, and you know there's no airport near there, you know. So anyway, but you know, that's what I was doing for money at the time, and I was getting paid cash. So like I said, $300 an hour, and you know, sometimes I'd do, I don't know, 4 or 5 roofs in a day sometimes. So you know, that's pretty good money for that time, right? And yes, I did stay at cots at, you know, certain points, you know, just because, you know, like many people at that time, you know, didn't have it. You know, a lot of us, if you want to say homeless, I guess that is the word. But the thing is a lot of people were homeless at that point. A lot of people lost their boats. A lot of people lost their houses, lost their homes. I wasn't exactly special that way. But I was working the whole time, and you know, I was making good money. And my whole plan was to buy another boat, you know, and you know, again, resume my plan to sail off into the Caribbean. And this, you know, this is a personal note, I guess, because of the time. Most people don't know I have a 14-year-old. I had a 14-year-old son at the time that I raised myself. You know, I was a single dad, you know, and I raised him up till he was.
Judge to the relevance.
Okay.
Well, because he was supposed to come live with me. That's the only.
I'm sorry,
story.
You wanted to complete your thought there? If it's connected, go ahead.
No, it's just part of the story because he was actually supposed to, you know, he was supposed to be coming to live with me in about 2 months before, you know, when this happened.
Okay.
Right after this happened, I had about 2 months, and he was supposed to come live with me. So, you know, it is kind of part of the story. You know, you can see my mentality at the time. But the thing is okay. So, anyway, that didn't happen, obviously. So, as far as the warehouse, right? The warehouse, I remember it from the storm because, yes, I did stay there during the storm. And, you know, it was a big steel building. It was on cinder blocks. So, I mean, you know, okay. it seemed like a good place to ride out the storm. And the only thing I was worried about was the roof getting blown off. So I stayed there for, I don't know, maybe a week. I don't know, something like that. I can't remember exactly. But and I know it's come out before that April Walker, Rory Wilson's girlfriend, did not like me, and I didn't stay there because of that. It's like, and not only that, they were having, between Rory and April, they had domestics that, I remember the cops coming out 3 times in one night when I was there, and I'm like, okay, this is not someplace I want to be, right? So I didn't stay there. I went, I was staying at Cots again, right? And when I was staying at Cots, it was okay. I don't necessarily like staying there, but I was saving up money. That's basically it, saving up money, getting a new boat. Anyway, so, somewheres along the lines, and I don't remember exactly when this was, but, I know Mr. Johnson testified that, we met after he got out of jail. No, I was actually at work when he went to jail, and I remember very well when he went to jail because we knew each other prior to that. How, he actually knows how I ended up at the warehouse. The way I ended up there is I had a friend, CJ and Michelle, who lived, they were living in the same, I guess they, you guys know conch houses, I guess is what they call them down here. But it wasn't really a conch house because it's a warehouse, and they had built apartments in there that I guess weren't really legal, but they were renting out rooms but sharing a bathroom and a kitchen and a dining room, right? And there's multiple roommates that are up there. So I don't even remember how many people lived there. There's a bunch of people who lived there. But anyway, Roy Wilson and his girlfriend had the apartment downstairs. They actually had an apartment to themselves, and then there were people upstairs who lived in the apartments upstairs, or the rooms upstairs, I should say. One of them was brought up before a guy named David Gross, right? They like to call him the White Detroit in this whole story. But yes, he lived upstairs, and my friends CJ and Michelle had one of these rooms up there. And Michelle, she was the manager at Burger King. She was actually a manager at Burger King. I forget what CJ did, but the thing is okay, CJ somewhere along the lines gets into an altercation with David Gross and punches him in the nose, right? And again, David goes ahead and gets a restraining order against CJ. Now, I just happened to show up the day that, the police are escorting CJ and Michelle out of there because of this restraining order, right? And as they're going out, they're going to a hotel. That's where they're going to go, and they can't take all their belongings with them, right? Can't take everything with them. So they asked me. They were like, "Okay, well, would you stay here and watch our stuff? Make sure nobody messes with it. Make sure nobody steals it. That kind of stuff. Stay here, while until we can come back and get our stuff, right?" And I was like, at first I was like, okay, well, I've got to be at work in a few days, but yeah, I can watch it for you, and so I do. And I go and I stay in CJ and Michelle's room. And, I did come into contact with a few of these people, it's like, again, Travis was one of them. I didn't know him very well. As far as I knew, he came down from Michigan with a guy named Scott Gideon. That's the one I asked about. Oh, no, sorry, Matthew Gideon is his name. They called him Matty. But anyway, he had come down from Michigan with this guy. And, they were okay. I didn't really think anything of them. But, but they were okay. And, I don't remember exactly how long I was there before this incident happened. But this is how I end up, in this thing. Because, okay, like I said, I don't remember exactly the time frame here. But I do remember some of the people that were around at the time. I do remember Travis was there. I know Matthew had already left, and I think Matthew went to the beach, if I'm correct. But again, Mr. Johnson ended up with his medications. So, that's a whole different story. But the thing is I'm trying to remember now. It's like, you got to remember, this is around Fantasy Fest time, when this happens, right? Because, okay, it happens on November 17th, right? And Fantasy Fest, that year was on Halloween, the 31st, right? Now, I know I know just my own phone records that I looked at recently when I was looking at it for this case, right? I had 2 phone calls with John Travis Johnson, right? And they're from the 28th of October, right? So I must have met him somewhere in that time period, right? And I know that year for Fantasy Fest, I don't remember what the theme was. I don't remember what the theme was, but I know that the parade was on Halloween night, and I know it was at the Green Parrot that night, right? And I hung out there quite a bit. My friend, longtime friend, runs the place. I don't know if any know Jim Possum, but yeah, he runs the place. And so I still have quite a few friends. I've been coming here since I was 13, and been, I guess they call it a Key West rubber band is what they call me. It's like I'll move away, I come back, I move away, I come back. My daughter was even born here, right? So anyway, to keep on going here, Fantasy Fest happens, and I'm hanging out with a friend of mine named Ben, and we're hanging out on what we call the party bench. It's right outside the little deli that's right there down on the corner. And he has a dog, can't take him in the bar, so we're hanging out on the bench. And some girls come by, and they wanted to paint up our faces, and of course we let them, right? I mean, it's like, okay, why not, right? So they go ahead and paint up our faces and all that. And then they're like, okay, well, can you pose for us, look scary, that kind of thing. Okay, so we do, both of us, right? So there's a picture of both of us like this. But anyway, so fast forward. We go down to the point where all this has happened. And again, Fantasy Fest, I mean, look, I have a tendency to drink more when I come to Key West than any place else I ever live. It's like, especially when I was on the boatyard and working on boats and stuff like that, because I did do quite a bit of that. I actually did a restoration project on a big Hatteras yacht at one point. But, so yeah, I have a tendency to drink more when I'm down here. And this one day, and this is about the best I could recollect, is, I remember that day I was drinking Fireball with Travis, right? So I know I had been drinking that day. And I know I went into the bedroom, which is, again, CJ and Michelle's room. And I know, so this is during the time period where I'm watching it for them. So I remember that. And I don't remember much else about the day, except I do remember at one point, it's got to be later on in the evening, and I wake up and I'm out of cigarettes, right? And I wake up and I get, and Travis is actually there, right? So I go and I walk to Tom Thumb, to get cigarettes, and I go over there to get cigarettes, and I come back, and when we were up at Tom Thumb, right? I remember looking, and I'm like, I could look up, okay, there's the fire stations right there, and then you can see Laurel Avenue, where this happened, right? You can see Laurel Avenue from there. And I could see the cop lights up there, right? I could see a bunch of cop lights up there. And I remember saying to Travis, I was like, man, I wonder what happened up there, right? And it's like, and the thing is again, I'm not in dark clothing. I am in shorts. I am wearing sandals. I am wearing, normal people clothes, right? I guess I should say normal for Key West, right? But anyway, yes, and Mr. Mansfield alluded to this. I did have a nice big long goatee, and I had, Lord knows I have tattoos when I take off my suit. But the bottom line is I planned on living on boats, and I guess I was living that lifestyle. It's like, I planned on sailing off into the sunset, and just enjoying my life and kind of traveling, so I kind of look like a little savage. I'm not going to say I didn't, it's like, us boat people, we kind of had have a style, I guess. I don't know what it is. And, and yeah, it's kind of a freer way of living, I guess. Anyway, but beside the point. So getting back to that night, I remember looking up down Laurel Avenue and seeing the lights, right? By the time we got back, right, so it's not a very far walk from Tom Thumb to the warehouse. But by the time we got back there were cop cars everywhere. I mean, I'd never seen anything like that on Stock Island, right? I mean, literally, you had the FWC, Border Patrol, there's police everywhere, and they're going everywhere, right? And, there's police sirens everywhere. And I remember, we went back inside, and I think Travis did buy like a 12-pack of beer or something like that, right? And we go back inside, and I remember you could see, again, there was a bunch of these cop cars that went down into what they call it Little Haiti there, right? It's a bunch of trailers, and and yes, it's before you get to the Hogfish, right? That road there. And I remember there's a bunch of cop cars that, man, you're going down into that neighborhood, right? And I'm like, damn, I wonder what those guys did. I'm like, I mean, whatever it is, they want them bad, So, and I think I said that to Travis. I'm not sure. Oh, and by the way, when we got back, that was the other thing. Big Scott was waiting for us when we got back. I remember that too, because I know Travis. He testified that he had the key to the door. Him and Maury Wilson were the only ones with the keys to the door, right? So, Big Scott was waiting outside for us, right? And because he couldn't get inside, right? He couldn't get in the door, right? So anyway, so we go upstairs, and and when I saw all that stuff out the window, you got to remember I'm still a little bit lit. I managed to walk my butt down to the Tom Thumb, but I wasn't going much farther than that. So anyway, so I go from there. Let's see, I go from there, and I remember Big Scott and Travis were going to go, and they were going to go hang out on the front porch downstairs and watch the cop cars go by, just see what was up. They're going to drink beer on the porch and watch the cop cars. I'm like, okay, I'm going back to bed, because I was like, I'm still not good, right? So I went back in, and I passed out and in the bed, right? And was it CJ and Michelle's room, right? So I passed out in there. And from what I understand, again, I can't, I can't really, say, except for I've seen it on video now. I mean, I've seen it on video as far as some of this stuff. But while I was upstairs and I'm passed out in there, this is where, okay, to clarify, when I went to go get cigarettes at Tom Thumb, right, it has to be sometime after the Florida Keys Electric video that you see there, right? It has to be sometime after that. I don't know when, but unfortunately, that's all we have for video. So I don't know. I just know that it had to be sometime after that, because, like I said, Travis is already there. So it's like, okay, I know it has to be there, right? So anyway, so I don't know exactly, what time. I couldn't tell you exactly what time. I do know that yes, it would have been helpful if we had the video from Tom Thumb.
Judge, can I object? Can we come sidebar?
Oh, okay, yeah. So, okay. So we'll resume with the direct examination testimony.
So I'm going to, back to where we are with the story. So again, I'm passed out in bed, and somewheres along the lines, again, the police show up at the house is because, okay, this was told to me by Travis and Big Scott.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay.
We'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, I get woke up along the line somewheres along the night, and I don't remember when, but I remember, man, I get woken up in the middle of the night, and because when they went downstairs to go and check this out, right? I remember telling them, I was like, I'm going to go to sleep, man. I'm like, tell me what happened later, just tell me what happened, because I mean it is kind of a big deal, So anyway, so I go pass out, and somewheres along the night, I wake up, man, and Rory Wilson is there. you know, and Travis is there and Big Scott's there. And, you know, I mean, we're drinking and yeah, you know, smoking some weed, you know, I mean, and, you know, as far as crack, I don't remember, man, the crack thing. You know, not too much of it anyway. I mean, I vaguely remember some of it. But, you know, but the thing is because, you know, I say that because I seem to remember somebody having crack and somebody smoking it, but man, I don't remember. I do, you know, again, at this point, I'm resuming drinking and I am smoking weed at this time, right? So I'm not, you know, again, I'm refogging my brain at this point. So anyway, so after that, let's see, because, okay, like I said, you know, again, I had a tendency around Fantasy Fest. It was usually a couple weeks worth of partying, man, during Fantasy Fest is usually what it was for me, you know. But, you know, I don't remember much, man, as far as the next day. I don't really remember too much as far as that went. You know, I do remember, okay, this is one thing I do remember. I go, because again, it starts to, you know, it's been many years and I can't really tell you guys, man, you know, exactly, because it has been years and I'm trying to, you know, my best to remember here. But I do remember there's a point that comes in there where we have two detectives that show up at the door, right? And they come to the front door. And I opened the door for them. You know, I literally opened the door for them. And it, you know, I know now who they are. You know, I mean, I'm sure they introduced themselves at the time. I just don't remember them introducing themselves. But it was Detective Smith and Detective Fernandez, right? And now, don't get me wrong. I knew they were detectives because they're not wearing uniforms and they've got their badge on their belt, right? So the thing is okay. So I know they're detectives, right? And they start asking me questions about Rory Wilson, right? And you know, I know Rory. I mean, I don't know. You know, again. It's not like we hang out all the time. It's not like I know him, you know, I know him that well, right? But I know him, right? And but they're asking me questions like, okay, you know, they're asking me, you know, is he a drug dealer? You know, they're asking me, you know, stuff like that, right? And I'm like, well, not that I know of. You know, I know he has a job. You know, I mean, I know he has a pregnant girlfriend. I know that. You know, but you know, they're asking me a bunch of different questions, right? And you know, I actually even, you know, I even gave him, you know, Rory's phone number. I was like, you know, if you want to contact him, here, I'll give you his number, right? And I remember Rory after that, man. It's like, you know, it's hard, weird, but he texts me right after they leave, and because I also told him that Rory's door is around the other side of the building, right? It's actually on the back side of the building. He has like a front door that's all his own, right? And I told him about that, and it's like, so anyway. Again, you know, it's a little fuzzy here, but I do remember Rory texting me not long after they left, right? And, you know, he's like, you know, cops.
Objection to hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I do remember, you know, telling Rory I go to you know him because they left me a card, right? And I go knock on his door and I give him the card, right? And I said, look, man, these aren't uniformed officers. These are detectives, man. I'm like. You know, and they were asking me some questions about you, and you might want to give them a call. You know what I mean? So anyway, so that's what I tell them, and I give them the card, right? And after that, let's see. I'm trying to remember anything important after that, because, you know, okay, after that, I don't remember too much. Oh, because it wasn't too long after that where they come in and they do this raid. But okay, prior to the raid, I remember this. It's Thanksgiving time, right? So it's around Thanksgiving, right? And I remember the Lunas had like a Thanksgiving dinner, like a free Thanksgiving dinner or something like that, right? And, you know, I like the Lunas, and so I went over there for that. And I think this would be the 21st. I would have to say it's the 21st because actually, you know, I know it's the 21st now. Okay, so it's the 21st, right? And, you know, I go and, you know, I was a little sketched out by, man, the detective showing up there, you know, because look, you know, the warehouse, you know, like I said, Rory Wilson, you know, and April had cops come there many times, right? And look, it's only a matter of time before you're going to get caught up in something, right? So I didn't want to stay there very long, and I actually told CJ and Michelle this, right? I'm like, you know, I'm trying to be a friend here, but at the same time, I'm not trying to hang out here too long, right? And so anyway, so I remember, you know, the raid at the warehouse. that's what I think. That's what Travis called it. I don't know what you actually call it, but that night, okay, I went to DeLuna's, went and did the whole dinner thing, and this is when I first heard about what had happened up at the treehouse, right? I hear through a friend of mine, Janice. We were having dinner that night, at the DeLuna's thing, and she told me that.
Objection to hearsay.
Oh, okay. I was
The
informed.
objection in terms of the details.
I was informed that somebody got stabbed in the parking lot up at CVS. That's what I was informed of, right? And so that was my first, hearing of this. Anyway, but that same night is when this thing happens, as far as the whole raid thing. And I'm telling you, it's the stupidest thing I ever did, man, in this whole thing. Because, okay, they come in, and I'm upstairs, and I'm literally in CJ and Michelle's room, and I had a laptop, kind of like I do now, but I had a laptop, and I was watching TV on the laptop, right? And I was just getting ready, watching, another show. And when they came in, the way that place was laid out, they had because it was an old warehouse, right? So they had, the one I was in, you could literally see to downstairs, right? It had like a plexiglass window that went across one of the walls. I imagine it was like an old supervisor, like an old supervisor office or something. But you could look down and you could actually see right downstairs, right? And I hear a bunch of commotion down there. And I look down, from the plexiglass, the window, and I could see the cops banging on the door, right? They're actually, because, okay, it's two separate, Rory's got his in the back. There's this big storage room. And then there's like the stairs that go up to the other, I don't want to say apartments, but the other rooms where people were renting, right? And so they're banging on the door, right? And they've got a battering ram. There's boom, boom. And then I see they've got ski masks on. They've got assault rifles. There's smoke. I mean, literally, I look down there and I'm just like, oh my God, right? And so anyway, do the dumbest thing that you could possibly ever do. I go out of CJ and Michelle's room and I come walking down the stairs with my hands up, looking like an idiot because I'm sitting there going, I'll open the door, just don't shoot. Like they can see me. It's like, so as soon as I open the door, the next thing you know, I've got an assault rifle in my nose, right? And they're leading me out. And, literally I'm like whipped around, handcuffs on, and taken out to a squad car, right? And it's like, and I remember, and one thing I didn't like is I remember as I was going by, seeing Rory Wilson's girlfriend on her stomach. Now, look, April and I didn't like each other, that's true. But she was 8 months pregnant, and seeing her on her belly on the ground did not make me happy. But they take me out to the squad car, and I have no idea what's going on. I'm literally sitting out, do you guys have a warrant? Am I being detained? Am I arrested? The whole thing. I have no idea why I'm being taken out to the squad car or why even any of this is happening, right? But based on what the detectives told me that had showed up there a few days earlier, I guess, based on what they told me, I thought it was over drugs. I thought maybe, they were there for drugs or something. I didn't know. But I just know that, man, they came in, they're coming in like that. They've got a reason, if they're coming in like that. And, so I'm way confused at this point. I have no idea what's going on. And I'm sitting in the back of the squad car, and they left me out there for a while, and I'm still, I have no idea. And eventually somebody got in the driver's seat. I don't remember who it was, but somebody gets in the driver's seat, and I'm literally I'm asking them a bunch of questions. I'm like, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And so, eventually they tell me they want to take me down to the station. And I'm like, well, look, I don't have a shirt on. I don't have shoes on. I don't even know what this is over. I'm like, am I being arrested? Any of that stuff, right? And no, it ends up, it actually is Detective Pitcher. He goes and he gets me a shirt. It's like a camouflage shirt, but he gets it from David Gross's room, right? And he brings it down, so I at least have a shirt on, right? And so they take me down to the station, right? And when they take me down the station, I'm trying, because again, this is, it's pretty traumatic. I'm not going to say it's not. It's pretty traumatic when that kind of stuff happens. But anyway, not that I've been through it, I've been through it a bunch of times, but I just, like I said, I'm lucky I didn't get shot going down the stairs. Anyway, so bottom line is they take me into the station. And when they take me in the station, let's see, I don't remember who it was that brought me in. I know they bring me in and they put me in an interrogation room, right? And when they first start talking to me, I'm like, again, I'm wondering why I'm
I'm
here.
objecting to his testifying to his statements made back then.
I just said I was wondering why. I'm telling you my thought,
I understand, but in terms of the statements that you made at that time, I would sustain the objection.
Are you talking about what I would tell the police?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'll leave that out then. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I'll leave that part of the story out. Anyway, so I go into the interrogation room, and at first, they're questioning me, and I'm thinking at the time, okay, remember I said I thought it was over drugs, right? So, and they're asking me these questions, and first that's what I thought they were going to, again, they're asking me because they want to know information, right? So, but then it comes around to the murder, somewhere's in there, right? And they start asking me questions about it. And again, I'm thinking, okay, they asked me what I knew about it, that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I don't want to testify to what they asked me. But but at the time, I remember thinking, they just wanted information from me, right? They just want to know what I know, what I've heard, that kind of thing. But somewhere along the lines in there, and it became very clear they thought I had something to do with this, right? And I remember. Oh, wait a second, because I'm forgetting about a part here. They take me out of the interrogation room at some point, and they take me down. They put me in a squad car, right? And I'm still in handcuffs, right? So I'm still in handcuffs. But they put me in the squad car, and they leave me down in the squad car for I don't know how long. It had to be like an hour. I have no idea, But I was in the squad car, and then they bring me back up, and they ask me a bunch more questions, right? And like I said, now it's I'm getting this feeling. I'm like, okay, wait a second. They're not asking me because they think because they just want information. They think I had something to do with this thing, right? And at the time I remember, that they went to that direction. And again, I'm very adamant. I get very adamant once I realize this. I'm like, oh no, but yeah. So I don't know if I can testify to what I said, but I remember, saying it to them. I was like,
Objection to what he said.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, and I won't say what I said then, but I will say this: I was very adamant about not having anything to do with it. So eventually, it gets down to the point where I've been interrogated all night over this thing, and it got to a point. I mean, I was like, look, I'm like, are you going to arrest me? Are you actually going to arrest me, or am I free to go? Can I get look? I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of saying the same, giving these answers. Can I go home, or are you going to arrest me for this thing? And they let me go, right? And not only did they let me go, the bad part about that is they made me walk home. And I remember the directive was to check out the cameras, how many cameras there were, right? And and they did give me, I'll give them this, they gave me slides, because remember I told you I didn't have any shoes. They gave me slides, right? Was it the stuff they use in jail, the slides, right? Kind of like flip-flops. Anyway, so they give me those and send me on my way. So now I got to walk all the way home, which, okay, it's a little distance, And so I walked there, and I probably got there, I don't know, I probably got there like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was early in the morning, and I've been there all night, right? And when I get there, the door is locked, and as we've said, I didn't have a key, right? So, but my stuff is still in there. Now I'm freaked out. I gotta tell you, I'm freaked out, because okay, when they, again, that I've never had that happen, right? So I'm freaked out about the thing, and when I get there, the door's locked, and I remember I had to throw rocks up at the windows to finally get Travis to come down and open the door, right? So he comes down, he opens up the door, and I tell him what happened. I was like, I just tell him what happened to me. I was like, I can't believe it, I can't believe they took me down there, blah blah blah, this that, and the other, right? So anyway, but I don't want to stay there. I don't want to stay there. I'm like, okay, this is way more than this is way more than I want, right? So I get my stuff together, and I literally grab all my stuff, and I tell CJ Michelle. I called up CJ Michelle, and I was like, look, look, it's all good, you guys, man, but I can't stay here. You know what I'm saying? I can't stay here anymore. And I remember them asking me if I would at least grab, like, they had family photos and pictures of kids and stuff like that. And they asked me if I would grab that and take it down to Burger King and drop it off there, right? And I was like, yes, I can at least do that for you, you know? So I grabbed a bunch of the pictures, man, from their room, and I tried to grab, you know, anything, you know, that could be of value or sentimental value to them, right? Because now I'm leaving and I'm not, you know, I'm not staying there. And so, yeah, I grab all that. I put it into a bag for him, and I grab my stuff, and I head on out, and I go ahead. And this is, I don't know, it's I don't remember what time of day it is. I know it's morning, you know. I mean, like I said, I got there probably like 5, 6 o'clock, so I don't remember how long it took him to open the door or anything like that. But I did grab, you know, some stuff, dropped it off at Burger King, and I do remember I called 2 people that day. I called my friend Cliff, and I called my, one of my brothers, Jeff. You know, he's not blood related brother, but he is my brother in every sense. But yes, so I go ahead and I call them because I'm freaked out, right? Because I knew when they let me go, I knew that, okay, they let me go, but I got the distinct impression that, man, you know, no, they thought I had something to do with this, and they were, you know, this was not going to be the last time that, you know, they talked to me about this. And, you know, I was scared. I'm going to tell you, I mean, straight up, I was scared. You know, I didn't know what was going on. And I was like, and, you know, I can't explain to anybody, you know, the feeling. But I was scared. So that's why I called them up, because I was looking, I was like, look, man, everything in, I mean, everything
Into
in.
what he was telling these people?
Well, I'm talking about my kid.
All right.
But anyway, in my mind at that point, yeah, I mean, everything was telling me, man, it's like, you need to get out of here, right? I mean, these people, man, you know, they think you had something to do with this, and but then, you know, the other side of me is going, if I take off, they're going to think I did it, you know. So I mean, I have this little war going on in my head, and anyway, so I went from Burger King and I started walking down towards Key West, right? You know, because there's that little bridge and, you know, park and stuff there. And I remember as I came across the bridge, there was a couple guys there, and they're drinking off of, man, they're drinking off of a liter of Skull or whatever, you know, it's the rot gut vodka. And at that point, I was like, yeah, I need one. I was like, you know, you might, you know. So I sat there with them, took a couple hits off that, and I eventually end up down at McDonald's, right? And when I get down to McDonald's, and man, I'm still sketched out. I'm sketched out about the whole thing. And I don't know what to do, to be honest. I just don't know what to do. It's like, man, it's like I've never found myself in this position before. I don't know what to do. So anyway, so I get on, you know, because I went to McDonald's because they have free Wi-Fi there, right? So I could get on my laptop, because I always had a laptop in my backpack, right? So, you know, I get on my laptop, and I'm not even sure what I'm doing, to be honest. I really wasn't sure on what I was doing at that point. I didn't know. So anyway, but that's when Paula shows up. And Paula and I, you know, we weren't friends, right? But we knew each other. It's like, it's one of those things, you know, small island, and, you know, and we know who lives in the neighborhood. We know who lives on the island. You know, it's like you run into each other. Hey, you know, how you doing? How's it going? You know, that kind of thing. But I don't know that much about her. You know, I mean, you know, so anyway, so I run into Paula, and I remember, because I was feeling so bad and so sorry for myself for, man, being interrogated, you know, for overnight, you know, being interrogated for this thing all night, and I'm scared, and I'm feeling sorry for myself, I guess, right? And I remember seeing Paula, and she had a bandage on her neck from the night, right? And I remember seeing her, and I was just like, and all of a sudden I felt like I'm not trying to curse, I guess, but I felt really bad, right? Because I was like, here I am feeling sorry for myself, and then I see her, right? And she's bruised up, and she has the thing on her neck, and it's like, and when, you know, and I told her what happened to me. I told her that they took me down to the station. I told her, you know, what happened, and the thing is Paula. You know, Paula, yes, she did cry, and yes, she did, you know, cry on my shoulder, and, you know, and I told you I felt horrible, because it was just like, it's like, again, here I am feeling bad because they grilled me all night, and then I saw and heard from her experience, right? And no, I just felt bad about it. It's like, okay, you know, here I am again, I guess it's the somebody always has something worse thing, you know, there's always.
Objection to the self-serving statements, Judge.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. You
Thank
can
you, Your Honor.
continue.
Anyway, so it was definitely, again, while I was still not certain about what was going to happen here, you know, but it definitely put me in a different mindset to see her, right? And but anyway, so after I saw her, I remember I went back to COTS because now I'm going to COTS and I'm, you know, not going back to the warehouse. I don't want nothing to do with it, right? So I go back to COTS and, you know, they had again another little Thanksgiving dinner thing there, and you know I had some of that, you know, whatever. And then I went into where the bunk is, and this is when I get arrested, right? And when I got arrested, you know, because you know Detective Pitcher was the, you know, one of the ones who talked to me when they were doing their interviews, and I remember him leading the charge. But there was a good amount of officers, and they were coming in from both sides, and I remember looking up at him, and I was like, I guess we're not talking now, are we? And he's like, no. And so anyway, so they arrest me, and they take me over to the jail, right? And and the whole time I'm kind of flipping, and I'm like, literally, like, I'm like telling them I didn't have anything to do with this, and you know, and so I'm telling them this stuff, and somewhere along the lines I get told that it's about witness tampering, right? And I'm like, and I thought it was over Paula. I thought it was because I talked to her at McDonald's. And I was like, nobody told me I couldn't talk to her, right? But that's not what it ends up being about, and I won't testify as to what it was because I think that would Mr. Mansfield probably object to it. But at the same time, so you know, so I'm thinking, you know, again, and my head is spinning again. And okay, so now I'm in jail, and they take me, and they literally, okay, the jail has the elevator, goes up, they take me in. I remember getting booked, you know, kind of booked in, whatever the hell, you know, whatever that is, where they check you in, whatever, right? But they do that, and this is, you know, I'm not going to say I haven't been to jail before. I've been to Key West jail one other time, and it was for misdemeanors, right? Boat charges, you know, it was nothing. I mean, I can't say it was nothing, but you know, it was misdemeanors. But anyway, so thing is they take me right to the back. Right, and they put down all these brown paper bags, and there's a bunch of guards around me, and they literally make me drop all my clothes right down the bag, and they put me in the black and white stripes, and then they put me in chains, head to toe. I mean, chains, you know, like chains, and they take me right to solitary. Right now, again, I've been to jail before, right? Never for anything close to this. And the thing is and I've never had an experience like it, you know, ever. But they take me there, they put me in solitary, and my mind is spinning. I can't even explain to you guys what it's like. You know, it's like I just didn't know. I was a normal guy a second ago, and now I'm sitting in a jail cell, and I'm, you know, being put in chains, and man, everybody's, you know, people are telling me I'm a murderer, you know. And so I'm in there, and I'm in the solitary. And solitary is weird. It's 23 hours.
Objection to the relevance of solitary.
Well, I'm just telling the story. I mean,
No,
look,
I
you can tell me where to stop if you want.
Well, sustain that objection.
Yeah, I mean, okay. And I'm not exactly sure what is relevant of anything. I'm just telling the story.
I understand, Mr. Tucker, but
Anyway, so yeah, I go to jail, and you know, over the course of time, I mean, you know, it's, you know, I guess it's not really relevant as far as now. I meet my wife. I shouldn't say meet my wife. I've known her since we were kids, but she was the first person to contact me. You know, she was the first person to contact me when I got there, and I think it was like day 7. And I was surprised. I was really surprised because we hadn't seen each other in 33 years, you know, and I can't even tell you. But anyway, the thing is so yeah, you know, she comes, and by this point, you know, I still didn't have a lawyer. I was still in solitary. I still don't know why I'm there. You know, I have no idea why I'm there, really. I mean, I know what they're saying. But I don't know.
Objection, Judge, to this.
I just.
okay.
We're rambling here. It's
Well,
not
I
relevant.
don't rambling, but I'm not sure how much what we're hearing here is not relevant. So
would you like me to?
Well, if we'd like a little direction, we can excuse the jurors, or,
Yeah, I'll take direction. I'll take direction. I mean,
well,
it's like, I just don't know what.
I understand.
Where you want me to
I'm
go?
just suggesting that it would be prudent, in my view, for just a moment or two to excuse the jurors, and we'll get back to you shortly. Okay, have a seat. So, I just wanted to excuse the jurors. I mean, not finding fault, Mr. Tucker has, certainly comported himself well on the witness stand. It's just when you start to get into the circumstances of incarceration, of reuniting with ultimately his wife and the like, you objected. That's objectionable.
Yes, Judge, it is objectionable. He's courting sympathy from the jury,
Well,
trying to tell them how horrible solitary is. I mean, it's not relevant information.
I understand. I agree with you. I'm not sure if he's intentionally trying to do that. I didn't get that impression. I got the impression he was telling his story. And I didn't attribute any ill motive. I understand the potential effect that it could have. That's why I sustained your objection, and it's why I excused the jurors to try to give some direction so we don't have to keep going back and forth.
Very well.
So,
I mean,
Your
I
Honor.
understand he's being allowed to testify in the narrative, but, getting into how devastating this was for him and all the thought process, I mean, what's the purpose of that other than the court?
well,
Your Honor, I mean,
go
if I
ahead.
may.
Go ahead.
Look, you got to understand, this was an extremely emotional
Yeah.
experience, and it's like when I'm trying to remember this, it is hard for me. This was not something pleasant. It wasn't something cool.
Of course not.
And it's hard for me to bring it up and not bring, not have emotions about it.
I
I'm sorry.
understand that. I mean, I
sorry.
think for most, the vast majority of human beings, it would be extremely traumatic, devastating, life-altering, whatever strong words you want to use to experience that. And I get it. And I think I've given quite a bit of leeway in terms of you, quote-unquote, telling your story. But at this particular point, I'm not sure how much else is relevant.
Yeah, I would ask the same thing. I bet. What else would you like me to go into? I mean, how far back do you want me to go? I mean, I did miss the one in there. There is the one where I go to Metro PCS. I haven't talked about that because that is one of the things that got me arrested.
Well,
So I don't know what you want to know.
I can't tell you what I would like you to go into or wouldn't like you to go into. The only thing I can say is that I feel I've granted quite a bit of leeway, but in terms of the building up to the event, if you will, the aftermath, your experience with law enforcement,
Yeah.
your experience being arrested, but how much, I don't think there's much room for any more of that unless there's
There's a couple
something that you're going to say was seized from you, or you're going to try to explain away some statement that you made.
No, Your Honor, but there are a couple of important things that I actually forgot to tell the jury at this point. Not anything. I don't think it's going to take very long. There's just a couple of things as I'm going through this. I mean, I forgot to tell them about Metro PCS because to me it really didn't mean anything at the time.
Okay.
But it does later.
Okay.
So
Well, that's factual in nature, and I'm not saying.
But I mean,
solitary isn't factual, but that's really not relevant to the proof or the defense. That's just the, what should we say, the fallout of being arrested. It doesn't go to the elements of the crime were a defense.
No,
right?
no, it doesn't, Your Honor. It's just thinking about it. It's just, it was like, okay, I didn't know where to end there, and I can end that. I can end that right there. That's
I
fine.
understand that, and you did kind of indicate amenability to seeking some sort of direction, and that's why I use the jurors to try to do so.
Thank you.
So I think we've
Yeah, I think we've gone.
given
I
as
mean,
much
that far.
of that as we
Yeah.
can in terms of direction, and so
I'd say there's a couple more pieces, and that's
Okay.
it. Just
All
to
right.
make sure that, again, they get the full picture here.
I understand that. But so let's bring them in, please.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. The defendant remains on the witness stand and is going to continue his direct testimony. So you can proceed.
Okay, and I was just look, I think we agreed that stopping where the story where that part is probably a good idea. But there were a couple of things I forgot in there that happened along the way. I go at one point, and this is before I get arrested. I go to Metro PCS, and I'm going to pay my phone bill. Right, that's all I'm going. I'm going over there, and I'm going to go over to Burger King and get something to eat. And I remember Roy Wilson. He's outside of he's outside the warehouse, and I just happened to be going out, and he asked if he could walk with me. Right, I'm like, okay. Again, at this point I don't know anything, so it's like I'm like, okay. So we walk over there, and this becomes something later, but I didn't think of anything of it at the time, but we go over there and I pay my phone bill, and but this is before the raid, and it becomes something later. But the thing is that I just figured that had to be in there just because, again, it does become part of the story. So does the whole Fantasy Fest thing, that becomes part of the story too. Because I guess I can't testify to what those pieces are. I guess I'll save that for my close. But I felt it necessary to tell you about that trip. And then I just want to make sure that we've got everything here, because I don't think there's anything else I can remember from the time period that's actually relevant to the situation. Now, I can tell you this, because somebody else asked me this not too long ago, and they asked me if I had ever been to the treehouse before, right? And yes, I've been to the treehouse 3 times in my life, right? I was there once because when I first got back to Key West, right, I had gotten back and I was coming from Arizona, right? And I get back to Key West, and yeah, rents here are high. Everybody knows that, right? And I saw an ad in the paper, I want to say. I'm pretty sure that's how it happened. But it was Matt, and it's the only time I've ever met the victim, right? It's the only time. And he was renting out the flats on the treehouse, right, for $350 a month, if I remember correctly. And and the thing is I go there to check it out because, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was an ad in the paper or something like that, right? But I go there and, because I'm looking for a place to stay. I just got back, right? So I'm looking for a place to stay. And when I got there, I was like, okay, it's these flats on the treehouse, and it's built up. It's like a deck on a deck on a deck, I guess. And, I'm looking at that. And then, for the bathroom facilities, it was like a trailer in the back, and it was like a caved-in roof, if I remember correctly, and there's a toilet in there, nothing else, right? And I'm like, for $350 a month, I ain't doing it, right? I'm just not doing it, right? But not. That's not to say that Matt wasn't Matt was actually a nice guy. You know, I mean, that's the only time I've ever met him, and he was a nice guy. He was, you know, that's about all. I mean, like I said, I didn't get to know him or anything like that. But, you know, he showed me around, showed me what he had. And I just said no. That's all it was. And the other 2 times I was there was at Todd O'Quinn. I knew Todd O'Quinn. And Todd O'Quinn, you know, we went to the bar a couple times. You know, went down to the Hogfish, and I had a little bit too much to drink or whatever, and you know, I couldn't get all the way back to, you know, either Cots or, you know, I stayed at a couple of different places, but yeah. And I couldn't make it all the way back because, again, remember, this is after the storm. You know, I'm still trying to rebuild. You know, and so anyway, I remember staying there two nights. Like there's 2 different times, but different times, not 2 nights in a row, but 2 different time periods. And just because I couldn't make it back. And I remember one night, I don't know if Paula remembers, but I remember one night she woke me up yelling at me. But yeah, and it's like, you know, but the thing is so yeah, those are the only 3 times that I've been to the treehouse. And let's see, and then what was the other one? There was something else somebody asked me not too long ago, and I think it's kind of relevant. Trying to remember. It's like, because yeah, that takes care of that. But I'm trying to remember here. Oh no, somebody asked me if I knew Matt, and like I said, I've already answered that question. It was, I met him once, you know. As far as anything else, I'm trying to think of anything else that you guys need to know. I don't know. I guess Mr. Mansfield can remind me now. I guess I'll go ahead and turn it over to Cross.
Okay, thank you. Is there any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. So, Mr. Tucker, your story in front of this jury today is you were drunk that day.
Yep.
Plastered.
Yep.
You were drinking highballs, red balls, what you call them?
Fireball.
Fireballs. What's a fireball?
I'm surprised you don't know, but okay.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
No, you're wrong. I was getting ready. I'm answering your question. Fireball is it's a whiskey. It's cinnamon whiskey. You know, it's very popular. That's why I said I'm surprised.
And that's what you drank. That's what you were drinking the day that this all happened.
Yes, sir.
Got so drunk you went back to the warehouse, went upstairs, fell asleep,
Knocked out.
knocked out.
Yep.
Now you were at the warehouse. You said you had been there on and off, right?
Well, not necessarily on and off. I mean, I actually staying there. I think there was only 2 times. You know, there was during the hurricane, and then there was the time period. You know, for CJ and Michelle. Other than that, I knew a couple people who lived there, and yes, man, I'd stop by there every once in a while.
So you were basically house sitting for CJ and Michelle.
Yes, sir.
But this is not a apartment building, right? This is like a flop house. People are renting rooms or hanging out in rooms.
I wouldn't call it that. And the thing is, you know, because that's a fairly derogatory term. And
Okay,
the
question is very simple. It's not a rentable apartment building where you rent rooms.
Okay, to put it this way, was the landlord doing something illegal? Sure. Did everybody else know that they weren't supposed to be there?
Mr. Tucker.
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
The question is very specific.
Okay, be
Okay,
specific.
it's not a place where you rent apartments. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, because they had apartments there for rent.
Okay. There were actual legitimate apartments for rent in this
They're
warehouse.
and that's why I was answering your question the way I did. Legitimate? No, the landlord was not. He was he's subletting this thing, and he built apartments in it.
So you were house sitting for your friends, right?
Yes.
And that's the only reason you were even staying at the place at that point in time.
Yes.
But you didn't have another place to live, right? You were going. You said.
No, I mean the
cops.
thing is, yeah, I was actually saving up for a boat. I actually had money in my pocket.
Okay. I didn't ask you about money in your pocket. You were actually staying at a homeless shelter known as Cops.
Yes,
Is that
I was.
correct?
Yes, I was.
All right. So you didn't have a permanent home.
No.
And you did your share of partying during this time,
Yes.
right? You said it was Fantasy Fest, and this is what you do at Fantasy Fest. You tie one on for a couple of weeks, you said, right?
Oh yeah, around Fantasy Fest time, yeah, of course.
It goes on for a while, right?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Again, yeah, probably every Fantasy Fest I've ever been to.
Judgment approach.
Yes.
Showing what's been previously marked as whiskey for identification. You recognize that?
Sure do.
And what is that?
That would be me.
And is that how you looked at back in November?
It sure is.
Judge seek to move in, W?
there any objection?
No, Your Honor. I'm just wondering what the relevance of what I looked like back then. But
I mean, if there's an objection.
no,
you're
it's
welcome.
okay. We can go ahead and put it in.
All right, so admit as dates next in order.
18.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. So this is how you look back in 2017, right? Pretty full goatee.
Oh, yeah. Big full goatee.
Big full goatee, right? Yep. Kind of thing that would be hard to cover if you were putting a mask on that stopped at the chin, right?
I wouldn't say that. I actually wouldn't say that.
Wouldn't
because
agree with that?
I mean, again, that would be speculation, so I'll object.
Okay, so you don't agree that it would be hard to cover if you just had a simple face mask?
I'm not going to agree to that at all. Because, man, again, I'm not saying
Certainly
it
easier
would.
to-
I'm not saying it wouldn't.
Certainly easier to cover with a neck gaiter, right? You pull the neck gaiter up, it covers the mouth, the chin, everything.
The thing is here's the thing: is that whole neck gaiter thing. I didn't know what one was until after I heard your client say it. Well,
Didn't
I
know
should
what a
say
neck
not
gaiter
your client, but whatever.
Didn't know what a neck gaiter was.
No, I didn't actually. To be honest.
All right, so now you're living at this warehouse. You know Rory Wilson, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You guys are hanging out now and then, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
Partying
like I said,
together?
I don't know. You know, like again, I didn't go over there all the time because April and I did not get along. So, not trying to hang out with her too much.
April didn't like you.
No, she did not.
You didn't like her.
No, I did not actually. Now, did we hang out sometimes? Sure. And I remember there's times we did party. You know, that was like I remember one time we went downtown. You know, Rory Wilson, because again, here's the thing: is I remember this during the hurricane. They had, what was it the hogfish? They were
Mr.
giving-
Tucker, I'm going to cut you off, sir. There's no question pending. Did you hang out socially or not with April Walker and Rory
No,
Wilson?
April Walker, I tried not to.
Okay.
And you know, I'm not saying she didn't come looking for Rory a couple times, but yeah, I tried not to. But Rory Wilson, yes, I did hang out with him on a few occasions.
And you heard that
Excuse
out.
me one second. Is that exhibit being published, or are you going to take it back to the...
Oh, I've already published it, Judge. I
Okay,
already-
so we're going to either put it on the podium, or let's bring it to the
Okay.
clerk. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Tucker, so you heard the testimony, right? You heard that there was an allegation that you threatened April Walker.
Oh, I've heard that testimony, but that testimony wasn't true.
So you didn't threaten
Oh, no.
Wilson's pregnant, 9 months
no.
pregnant girlfriend.
Oh no.
You
No,
actually
no.
felt bad for her because she was put on the ground during the
Yes,
raid.
I did. And man, look, even if I don't like somebody, you know, again, seeing them on the ground in that position when she's 8 months pregnant, yes, that's not cool. You know, that's bottom line. I didn't like her, but that doesn't mean you put her on the ground in that position.
Now, you testified that you went up to CVS with Rory Wilson that night.
No, I did not.
When did you and Rory Wilson go to CVS for you
To
to
tell you
get
the honest
smoke?
truth, that was put to me by investigators. They said that, but again, I told you I was drunk that day, and I'm sitting there and I tried to remember it, and man, I'm sitting there going, I don't remember doing that.
But you just testified to this jury that you went to CVS to get cigarettes.
Oh, I went to Tom Thumb
Tom
to get
Thumb, okay.
cigarettes, and it
Tom
wasn't with
Thumb.
Rory Wilson. It was with Travis.
With Travis.
Right.
You and Travis went. Let's
So
talk
let's
about
get
Travis.
the story straight.
You and Travis were acquaintances, right?
Yes, we were acquaintances.
Okay. Travis was staying at the warehouse as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, you and Travis were both staying upstairs in the warehouse, right?
Yeah, when I was staying in CJ and Michelle's room, yes.
Travis was in another room upstairs.
Yes, he was upstairs. But you got to remember, he also went to jail. So, I mean, he wasn't there for a second. So,
Right? But he came back about a week later, right?
to be honest, I don't remember how long it was. I know I was at work when he went to jail.
Let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, was Travis there the day of the raid?
That's the thing is, he wasn't there in the beginning, right? Because, man, you know, he wasn't there.
Was he there when they took you down and put you in the police car?
No, he wasn't there for that.
Was he there when they took
he
you
wasn't
off
there
to-
for that part of it. At least not that I know of, right?
Was he there when
wasn't
they took you off to jail?
Was he there when no? Because when I went to jail, I was at Cots, and when I went to jail, I wasn't. They didn't grab me from the warehouse. They grabbed me from Cots.
The night of the raid, they didn't take you down and then let you go?
They did take me down and let me go, but that wasn't taking me to jail. That was taking me down and interrogating me all night.
Okay, so the night they took you down to interrogate you, was Travis there when you guys left the warehouse to go down and be
Hold on,
interrogated?
hold on. Let me make sure I'm hearing this correctly. What? Please repeat the question.
The night of the raid,
Right, gotcha.
when they took you down, not to jail, but to question you.
Right, gotcha.
was Travis at the warehouse when you guys left to go to the police station?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
And how
'Cause
did you get to the police station? And now you
I
were,
got
they took
there
you?
in a squad car in handcuffs.
Okay. Now, let's see. You said that while you were in this, after you got arrested, you were in jail and you got reacquainted with an old high school friend of yours.
I thought that wasn't relevant.
You just testified to it, sir.
Okay, well, in that case, yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you just to answer the questions if you could.
Yeah.
And if there's a relevant objection, you can make it.
Thank you.
But you don't need to question me.
Okay.
You said you were in jail.
Yes.
And you got reacquainted with this high
Yes.
school wife or girlfriend of yours who became your wife.
Well, actually, again, she wasn't my high school girlfriend. She wasn't, she was a friend that I knew from when I was 14 years old. And yes, I hadn't seen her in 33 years.
And you guys ended up getting married, right?
Yes, we did.
And she is actually very wealthy, isn't she?
Multi-millionaires.
I beg your pardon?
Multi-millionaires.
And you guys are you married today to her?
Yes, I am.
Going beyond, I'm sorry, but I cut him off of your objection, and
Okay, Judge, well, he just testified about his wife.
he mentioned it, and you touched upon within the scope, but I believe
Okay.
this is beyond the scope.
I have no
and
problem
it's-
talking about my wife.
Okay,
I understand, but I do.
all right, so now, you're not in jail the entire time waiting for your trial, right?
No, that's not true. I was in jail for 2 years.
And then you actually got out pending your
Yeah,
trial.
$2 million bond.
Let's talk about Paula, your relationship with Paula Belmont.
Okay?
You guys, you just testified that you weren't great friends in the beginning, you just kind of knew of each other, right?
That is true.
She testified you'd never been to the treehouse, but that's not accurate, right? Because you testified you'd actually been there
Well,
3 times.
I don't remember her ever testifying to that, but she may not have remembered it. It was one time. That's it.
I thought you said 3 times you'd been
No,
there.
I've been there 3 times, but Paula, and she woke me up one time yelling at me.
Okay.
Because, man, I wasn't supposed to be there, apparently. I don't know. But, man, the thing is, she woke me up and she was yelling at me. I don't even know if she remembers it.
And now, describe your relationship with Paula today.
Paula's one of my best friends.
One of your best friends.
Yes.
All right? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification. There's a deposit, 2 photos, Sierra, 1 and 2. Do you recognize these photos?
I sure do.
And what do they depict?
They depict me and Paula at the hospital when I'm trying to make her feel better and making funny faces at the camera.
Is that, when were these shots taken?
Very recently.
Judge, at this time, it's either move in states Exhibit S for identification.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, admit S,
19A and B.
all right?
I gotta change the date on this.
What's next?
Thank you. So you said these were taken recently, like in the last 2 weeks?
Actually, you want to know exactly which day? I think I can remember.
Sure, go ahead.
It was the day that I actually, went over there to check on her because she said, she said that, she was, her doctor said that it had taken it worse. It was the day before I came in here and asked for the motion.
And then she lay in bed with her. Didn't she have some kind of an infectious disease or something?
Hence the bodysuit.
But she had no mask on that picture.
That's true.
Tongue's hanging out?
Took a chance. I was trying to make her feel better.
And you said you become one of your friends with her, right?
Like I said, she's one of my best friends.
Well, what's changed? Now you said you were not always friends and now you're best friends with her. What changed?
Well, I don't know if you know the story of how that happened, but I'll go ahead and tell it to you if you want me to.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Paula was a victim in the crime, right? And now I am an accused murderer at that point, right? And here it is when this all happened, that makes it so that I can't talk to Paula, right? I'm not allowed to communicate with her. That makes sense, right? They had a protective order that immediately went in, and I couldn't talk to her. Paula, she gets diagnosed with COPD, right? And Paula, she actually files a motion with the court, right? Because she wants to, and she goes on the press and she starts saying this on the press, right? She wants to apologize to me for her role in anything that they've done to me. That's what she says.
So she's
And the judge
apologizing to you.
She wants to. She can't talk to me, right? So she wants to.
Now, you're aware in the beginning she couldn't ID the second person, right?
Look, I'm aware in the beginning.
Very simple question. You are aware, yes or no, that in the beginning, when she was first spoken
Mr.
to,
Mansfield.
she could not. Mr. Tucker,
You're
listen to
asking me
the
to
question,
remember
okay?
6 years ago, and
It's
then
a very simple
and what I
question.
thought then.
Are you aware?
Gentlemen, let him finish the question, and you can answer.
Yeah, let me answer it.
Okay, but he hasn't finished the question.
Okay,
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
ask away.
Thank you. Are you aware that 6 years ago, when she was first interviewed by the police, she could not ID the second person? Are you aware of that, yes or no?
I'm going to tell you, I'm aware that she could not positively ID the second person, man, when this first happened. No.
And she was able to identify Rory Wilson, but not the second person, correct?
Yes, she did not positively ID the second person.
Well, she said she didn't get a good look at the second person, right?
That's not true.
She said that she was focused on Rory Wilson at the time, and
I
that
object, Your
the
Honor.
second person,
I object, Your Honor.
she
He's
couldn't get a
asking me
look
to go
at.
what I know from video and what I know from police reports now. You know,
I
that's...
sustain the objection. There are varying statements that she's made.
Yep.
So, at one point, she said it, but presumably you're aware of other statements.
Right.
Well,
Because, again, I watched all these videos and I read
So
all
let's
this
go back to
stuff.
that first night when she's interviewed. She says she can't ID the second person, right? Didn't get a good
Excuse
look
me,
at him.
hold on. Excuse me, which night are we talking about?
Night of the crime when she's
Okay.
being interviewed.
Again, you're asking me to go to video, you're asking me to go to police reports, and that is hearsay. So
Are
I'll
you
object.
aware that she was
Object.
unable to identify the second person?
Excuse me?
Are you aware she was unable to identify the second person
At which time period?
the night of the crime?
Again, you're asking me to go to police reports, you're asking me to commit hearsay.
Simple question, sir.
So, objection.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection.
Okay.
It's just your awareness
Okay.
of one
My
point in
awareness-
time and one statement.
My awareness at the time, right, and if I can, and I'm going to have to remember this because the Lord knows I've gone over this a million times, so I'm going to have to think about my memory here. At the time, as far as even any statements by Paula, hold on a second, because I was in jail when this first happened.
I'm asking
Right?
you, as you sit here,
sir,
Mr.
you're asking me to
Tucker,
remember.
I'm asking you as you sit here today, not where your mind was back then, as you sit here today.
Okay. As I sit here today,
Are you aware that she could not ID the second person
and
on
you're
the night
asking-
it happened?
Okay, and you're asking me to commit hearsay.
I don't believe that's the case, so you
okay.
can answer it, and
Okay.
remember, you'll have the opportunity
Okay.
for
As I sit here today.
Just let me
Oops, sorry.
finish. You'll have the opportunity for redirect.
Okay, thank
So if you, after this is finished, want to elaborate on certain things, you may, but in terms of succinct answer to this question, you do
Yeah,
need to give.
I'll give you a succinct answer to this question. Okay, it depends on the time period as far as Paula. As today, I could definitely tell you that different time periods she said different things. I can say that.
And you're aware that the very night it happened, she did not identify the second person?
The very night it happened, again, that's the only reason I would even remember this right now is because we've been going over it recently.
Correct.
And I'm going over it, and she had varying statements at that point.
Well, you're certainly aware that at the perpetuated testimony,
Yes.
she was able to say it wasn't you as the second person, right?
I'm also aware that she was, again, coerced into making statements by police. So, okay.
Didn't ask you about that, sir. A very simple question.
Well, if you're
You
gonna-
are
if you're
aware-
gonna lead me- if
You
you're
are
gonna lead me-
aware that during her perpetuated testimony that you sat and watched,
Yes.
you observed her adamantly
Yes.
stating it was
Yes.
Tucker's not the second guy, right?
Yep, I sure did.
That was 4 years after the crime was committed.
That was 4
about
years.
3 years.
That was 4 years after the crime was committed.
Well, September of 20 would be
Yeah.
about 3 years, right?
Okay, somewhere in there. But here's the thing.
And there's no question pending, sir. I'm asking the questions you're answering.
Go ahead.
Okay? That's
Go-
how this works.
Okay, go for it. Ask me another question. I'll take any ones you got.
Great. Good to hear it.
Yeah. That's why I put myself up here.
Now, she testified that she had talked to your wife through Facebook. Did you also communicate with her through Facebook?
No, I was not allowed.
So you never had any communications with her?
No, not on Facebook at that time.
Have you had any? You saw her at McDonald's after the crime, right?
Yes, but I was not under arrest at that point. I was not under a protective order at that point.
Okay, but when you saw her at McDonald's, you guys had a conversation there, right?
Yes, we did.
And did you tell her anything about the crime when you saw her at McDonald's?
I told her what had happened to me, about the police interrogating me, and she did ask me some questions. I remember that, and I remember answering, different questions as she asked them. I remember she told me her experience. She told me how horrible it was. I remember, like I said, sitting there feeling like, you talk about feeling, God, not sorry for somebody. That's the wrong way to say it.
So you
but
communicated
whatever.
with, is it fair to say you communicated with her at McDonald's?
Yes.
Now, is it your testimony today that you've not communicated with her directly at all from that moment until today?
No. When did I
Okay.
say that?
So tell us about those communications. You said you weren't allowed to
Okay.
talk to her, right?
Yes, sir. And I
Okay.
also said
And when did that end?
I also said she filed a motion with the court to be able to talk to me, and that yes, she was going on the press saying these things, that she wanted to apologize to me. Judge Jones granted that motion, and
you've
she
had
was allowed to
communication.
talk to me.
And then
that's
you've had,
when, and now we
you've
are.
had general communications with her ever since.
He was still
Sorry.
testifying.
Sorry, I'm just telling
No,
you.
I'm not talking to you. I'm saying if you weren't complete with your answer, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just. Look, there comes a point where.
Judge, again, there's no question
No,
pending.
well, he was still answering the
Thank you.
last question.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
go finish your answer to the last question.
Judge Jones granted the order allowing us to be able to talk, and that day, yeah, I was in tears.
Okay, so you got the interiors part out. The jury heard it.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, great. Let's move on. So you've talked to her, admittedly, since then.
Oh, quite a bit.
Quite a bit, right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
You remember her taking a trip to California?
Vaguely, yes.
She posted pictures of it, right?
If I remember right, she posted pictures of Woody.
Of who?
She likes Woody from, I guess I forget what the name of the movie is. It's some Disney thing, man. But she likes a character named Woody.
Oh, Woody from Toy Story.
That's what it is. Thank you.
1 minute, please, Judge.
All right?
I'm not sure if we could talk at that time, though.
You can find it. Yeah, these are.
Excuse me. Wouldn't he normally have to show this?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't he show this to me before he brings it? Wouldn't he show this to me before he brings it?
Not necessarily. This one.
Checking.
That's fine.
I'm-
He's
I'm
got
just-
it.
it's weird.
He's certainly going to give you an opportunity, and, you can go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker, showing you Mr. Mark's Tango 1 through 5 composite.
Okay.
Recognize these photos?
Let me see. Yes, they are from Paul Belmont's Facebook page, and the thing is, I don't think we were talking at that time,
How do you know her from her Facebook page?
because I've seen her Facebook page.
So, you remember seeing these on her Facebook page?
Yeah, I don't understand the relevance of them.
Judge, at this time, I seek to move in what's been previously marked as Tango 1 through 5.
Okay, is there any objection?
Again, I'd like to know the relevance of the pictures.
Okay, you're objecting to
Yeah, relevance.
Okay, so we'll have to have a bench conference then. So come on around.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's pick it back up. You're aware of her trip to California, right?
Yes, I am.
She took pictures with Woody, you said, right?
Yep. I think she takes them pretty much on every trip she goes on.
All right. Ever since that order was lifted, you've had pretty steady communication with her. Is that fair to say?
Fairly steady. Sometimes, man, a little more, sometimes less.
Now, you talked about this friend, Big somebody. What's his name again?
Big Scott.
Big Scott.
Yep.
Big Scott was staying at the warehouse with everybody?
No, he was not. He was there that night, yes, but
Which night is that, sir?
that would be, I guess that would be the night of the crime. Because again, you know, like I said, I went go get cigarettes with Travis, come back, and Big Scott is at the door.
And so Big Scott, was he a friend of yours or an acquaintance? How would you describe him?
Actually, he's a friend, you know, and he was a friend of, well, I think he was a friend of a couple people there.
And at some point, are you aware of Big Scott telling you and Travis and Rory, I don't know what you guys are plotting, but I want nothing to do with it? Do you remember that comment?
No.
No?
No.
When did you first learn that Mr. Bonnet had been murdered?
I told you that already. I told you that already.
Okay, but you need.
I didn't. Well, actually, I shouldn't say I knew Mr. Bonnet got murdered at that point. At that point, the first time I heard anything about what had happened at the treehouse, and it wasn't even the treehouse. You know, they told me somebody got stabbed in the CVS parking lot. That's the first time I heard about it.
So the way you heard about it, the stabbing
Yes.
was alleged to have happened in the CVS parking lot.
Right. The next time I heard about it, I was at the police station.
Is that when you found out it was actually at this treehouse location?
Yes.
And that's when you were talking to Detective Pitcher, right?
That would be Detective Pitcher, Danielle Malone, and Captain Phelps.
Now, at some point, didn't you tell Detective Pitcher what you told this jury today, that you were not involved and that you were sleeping off, you were drunk and sleeping it off or something?
Yeah, I told him, man, I told him the same thing. I couldn't remember much, man, from the night. And yes, I remember passing out. I remember waking up
Right.
because I needed cigarettes, and I went to was it the Tom Thumb, and Travis went with me.
And that's what you told Detective Pitcher, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you even told Detective Pitcher that just ask Travis, he'll back you up, right?
I thought so. I didn't know anything was wrong.
All right. Well, Travis didn't back you up, did he?
No, he didn't.
Travis
there's a
came
good reason
clean
for that.
and gave a statement to the police, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And,
Okay.
you know,
It's just a
again-
yes, no?
Okay. Yes,
I
he
need your
did.
commentary on it.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember when you saw Paula at McDonald's in this whole timeline? When did you run into her at McDonald's? The very next day? Was it 2 days later? 3 days later?
It was, let's see, hold on. It would have been, okay, because the raid, supposedly, you know, if you want to call it that, whatever you want to call it, that happens on the 21st. Going into the 22nd is when I'm literally being interrogated all night. That day, whatever that day is, that would probably be, that would be the 22nd again, because it's that morning. So, okay, 22nd, it would be on the 22nd.
Okay. And let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, you were making pretty good money, right? $300 an hour to put these blue tarps up?
Yeah, I was doing all right.
What's the reason you hadn't gotten a place? You know, you were still living in these
Well, because
temporary
again,
places.
I lived on a boat before, right? And as I testified, I was trying to save up for a new boat. There are going to be plenty of cheap ones around, but here's the thing: is I don't like paying outrageous rents that are in Key West. I'd rather buy a boat and live on the water.
Now, you said you'd passed out that day drinking these fireballs, right?
Yes, sir.
What time in that, like what time, take us through that day, the timeline for that day. When were you drinking these fireballs?
I know. Look, it's like I said, I don't really remember the day that well. I remember drinking during the day. I do remember that. I don't even remember all who was there. I know there were other people that came in and out. I know I passed out somewhere along the lines, you know. But that, I mean, asking me specifics, especially 6 years later, I couldn't tell you.
So you started drinking these Red Balls. Was the sun still up?
That would be Fireball, sir. And
Fireballs.
Yes, the sun was still up, you know, while I was drinking. That is true.
All right. Do you remember getting out of bed and going right to the partying phase, or did you do something else before it started that
I
day?
already testified to that. I told you that.
Okay. Well, I'm asking again.
Okay. Well,
I appreciate you reminding me.
I'm just saying is I woke up at some point in the time and I went and got cigarettes at the Tom Thumb. And I came back and Travis was with me. And yes, Big Scott was there. I told you what happened after that.
But I'm talking about earlier in the day when you got out of bed that day. Did you go do something, or did you just start drinking?
No, actually, I mean, I'm pretty sure, because if I'm drinking during the day, I had a day off. So, you know, if I'm drinking during the day, I had a day off. So, yeah, I would imagine I had the day off.
And do you remember passing out that day?
Yeah, remember passing out? I don't know if that's a proper term, but no,
Okay.
I don't remember passing out. I remember.
Don't remember passing out?
I remember I passed out somewheres along the lines, but yeah, I don't. I guess I'm being too literal here, but I remember. Yes, I went to sleep sometime during the day and night. I don't know.
And do you remember what time you woke up?
No,
Day or night?
night.
Police cars already out and about?
Policing cars were already up there on Laurel Avenue. I could see I could see the lights from the Tom Thumb parking lot. I could see all the lights that were up on Laurel Avenue.
Do you know how many times Mr. Bonner was stabbed?
At this point, yes.
So now, I guess your story is that this is all being pinned on you, right? That you didn't do
Well,
this.
You would know better than anybody, Mr. Mansfield.
Oh, would I? But I wasn't there. You were. So why did you tell me? Are you telling me this was all pinned on you?
I hate to tell you again, Mr. Mansfield.
It's very simple,
You
Mr.
just
Tucker.
said
Is
that
your
I was
story
there, and you have
today?
no proof of
Is your
that.
story
All right,
today
sir.
that you were?
Sir.
This is all being made up, and that you didn't do this.
Yes, this is it. That is my story all day,
Okay.
and I've said it since day one.
So this is just the big Bubba system going after you to pin this on you.
Yeah, and Mr. Mansfield. I can answer that. Would you like me to answer it? Would you like me to tell you how I know that? You said you didn't want to go into that.
Well, you know what? Let's not go into that because I'm pretty sure what your opinion is has no factual basis to it.
Really?
So, in other words, this is your theory that this is all being pinned on you by the big Bubba system.
Your Honor, I would object unless he wants to let me go into the things he doesn't want to go into.
I'll sustain that last question as argumentative.
I have nothing else, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
So now you
I read
may conduct redirect in the same fashion, but just remember it's within the scope of the cross. We're not, all right?
Okay, thank you. I don't even know if I want to read it. I don't know.
Well,
what I
you
want
don't
to read.
have to.
I'm just trying, let me think about what
All
Mr.
right.
Mansfield just asked me,
All right,
because
take a
I was
moment.
kind of getting blasted there.
If you need a moment, take a moment.
Thank you.
It's
And-
not mandatory redirect,
No.
just if you want the opportunity.
Right, again, again, I think I would like to address that last thing there, but I mean, yes, I do know that I'm being set up I'm being set up for this because I'm here. That's an obvious thing. I won't go into what, again, the things we're not supposed to be talking about right now, I guess. But, I do, let's see, as far as, everything else, I mean, everything else you just asked me, I'd already talked about, so I don't think there's anything else I need to say.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. You can step down. This would be a good time for an afternoon break, folks. How about, till, I'm just looking at the clock, 1:55, no, 2:55. 2:55, same procedures and protocols. If anybody who wants to go outside the jury room, let the bailiff know. All right, so the jurors have left, and you've testified now, and already made my previous ruling, so that completes the defense case. I don't know if you're going to make a motion, renewed motion now or after the rebuttal, which,
You talking about a renewed motion for acquittal?
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I would like to do that. I'd like to do that after the rebuttal, I guess.
All right.
What time is it, Your Honor?
It's, what, 2:38, basically.
Okay,
So-
so I don't know how long they plan on doing that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long this video and the deposition excerpts shouldn't take very long. I don't know how long the video is.
I think maybe 10 minutes, Judge. 10
Okay,
to 12 minutes.
so that's, their
we did
rebuttal isn't gonna take that long.
And we did agree we're going to play the full first video, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. I'll just-
All right, well, let's all take a break, and then we'll have the jury, then we'll have the rebuttal, then we'll excuse them, then we'll have the argument for the motion, and I assume that the state's got a proposed set of jury instructions,
We do, Judge.
and I presume you've shared them with the defendant, or will?
I'll give him his copy right now, Judge. Prepare the jury instructions and the verdict forms.
Okay.
Did you mail those to me, or?
I
No, I'm
guess,
gonna give you hard copies.
Okay, that's fine.
and we'll talk about, all right, we'll be back. It's 2:55. Okay, so you're all back. So I guess the state has a brief rebuttal case, and so let's bring the jury in, please.
jurors present in court, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, members of the jury. Welcome back to court. Defense's case is completed at this point. The state is going to be given an opportunity to present a case in rebuttal.
Yes, sir. State, well, thank you, Judge. The state's going to call Officer Danielle Malone.
Yes. Please come forward through the gate, approach the deputy in front of the witness stand. That's good right there. Turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand.
Proceed, Judge. Thank you, sir. Miss Malone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're no longer an officer, right? So it's just Miss Malone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Malone, I called you back to the stand on our rebuttal case. I want to ask you a few questions. Now, the night of November 17th of 2017, how were you employed at that time?
I was a detective with the Major Crimes Unit.
And were you dispatched to the hospital to conduct an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose in having you go to the hospital that night?
Was to meet with the victim, Paula Belmonte,
The victim of what?
of the robbery, murder.
And was this the same night that it had happened?
Yes, sir.
And what hospital did you report to?
Lower Keys Medical Center.
You remember about what time you went there that night?
It's probably around 10-ish
I mean,
at night.
Clearly nighttime, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to make contact with Miss Belmont?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to ask her questions about what had just happened?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state's
Okay. So you're not moving into evidence?
going to... No, sir. So we come sidebar?
Yeah. Well,
Miss Malone, now when you went to the hospital that night, I'm sorry. When you went to the hospital that night, did you have your body worn camera on?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did it produce a video of your conversation with Miss Belmont?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to watch this video prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir.
Does this video accurately and fairly depict that conversation?
From what it seems like, yes.
Did it appear to be altered or tampered with in any way?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, I would seek to move in our video here.
which has been marked for identification as,
Is it marked?
I don't know if it's been marked.
I have something here, thumb drive for Paula Belmonte, State Center Hospital.
Yes.
It's been marked as you.
Okay, Judge, the state would seek to move in what's been marked as uniform into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. I just would like to get a little closer look.
You would, yes, you may do so. Okay, it's you for identifications admitted into evidence as the state's next in order number 19. It's going to be published. The defendant's going to position himself as he has done previously to be able to get a good vantage point as to it. And we want to be sure that, as always, you can see it and hear it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. May I go ahead and publish?
Go ahead.
Describe the other person. I didn't really get a chance to get first.
Wait a minute, stop.
The other person was
Stop
slow.
it. This is
Okay, slow, little like her. He
Okay,
The smaller guy?
Yeah, something didn't look like a knife, but big, like something long and big.
so this is not the portion or the one that you,
This is just a small segment of the overall video which we're going to.
give us a moment here, some technical difficulties.
I can't wash my hands because,
That looks like the right.
Hi. Huh? Your friend Todd?
in the house.
He was at the house?
He's dead. Can I see you?
Never know.
I know they kept going, nothing but this, that, this, that, into.
I don't know. I'm here to talk to you, okay?
They're calling.
I'm Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the persons that did this.
Okay, I don't know the one. The one that I do know, the one that was on top of me, the one who's 70. He was living in Detroit. Big black guy.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
Big, like you big. They told him that he was big.
Okay, stocky, muscular, fat,
Stocky, big.
stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he had
How much taller?
Yeah, about, yeah.
Okay, so about 6 foot.
He had been at the house earlier, and then we had a upstairs playing chess or something like that. I don't know because I was upstairs. He's a friend of his. He was like,
Okay.
and if they, I kept saying she's going to have somebody come and beat me up, get me up, steal my money. But she kept saying that she tried to have Kristen Dinklocker do it. She asked Melissa Evans to do it. Matt put about 15 days notice on her door yesterday.
Okay.
But it was the one that brought him to the house originally. And last year, they say the same thing. She knows, all they know is his nickname was Detroit.
All right, his nickname's Detroit.
He's
He's,
some kind of warehouse.
okay.
Some warehouse somewhere on Front Street, I believe.
On Front Street? Okay, is he black, white?
In black.
How old is he?
In my age group, I'm 53, somewhere in that area.
In his 40s or 50s?
50, something like that.
In his 50s?
Yeah.
Okay. Any scars, marks, tattoos?
I don't know. He's April's friend, not mine.
Okay, but you've seen him. Did you, any scars or tattoos?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. What kind of clothes was he wearing?
Black. Dark shirts and dark sweatshirt, dark. Like this, like this in the dark.
Okay.
So he's had some kind of mask up, but I knew it wasn't maybe because of that.
Okay.
I don't see well in the dark, but it was not to me. I think it's you. I mean, I couldn't tell the person was even a mask because I was in the dark, but I knew exactly who it was. It was him.
Okay. Well, describe the other person.
And he's going to get a chance to see that person. He was on top of me. The other person was smaller, little, big. Small, little, like her. He could get something real big in his hand.
The smaller guy?
Something just looked like that. Big, like something long and big. I don't know, something I don't know. It was not small.
Okay, was he white, black, Hispanic, male or female?
But, and he was on her up on me too.
And it was a male?
Yes.
Okay, so a smaller black male. About how old was he?
I don't know. But I had to go to that Detroit and then downstairs in Matt's house and I see his fingerprints out of the window.
Okay.
Just he hung out there and they put that.
Okay, the other person. How old was he?
I don't know. I don't know. He's completely covered. Like I had a 200-pound man on top of me, and I was just catching glimpses.
Okay.
Roger is the one you want to ask about that. Roger, that he doesn't really somewhere. Roger, that's smart.
Roger Luggett?
Rugged.
Rugged?
Rugged, R-U-G-G-I-T-T. He's the one that got beat up by the other guy.
Ms. Malone, she said I had a 200-pound man on top of me, and I was catching glimpses. Who was she referring to when she said glimpses?
The second person.
She was only catching glimpses of the second person.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he lives in the city? Roger lives in the city?
He's in the closet. He works at T-Bus golf course. And at this time, he's probably slave now. He's a baker. He's the Lord of God.
Okay.
I know y'all come to the other smoke a cigarette and I'm really like
How old's Roger?
He's like 65. I sleep Chris tonight.
Do you know where Roger would have gone and why he wanted to stay?
Probably because he was scared to death, like the rest of his work. The other person, the other guy there, Roosevelt Washington, he ran away. They're all downstairs, upstairs.
Roosevelt.
Evidence over there, not your ear, place test and stuff.
Is Roosevelt white, black, or Hispanic? And he said his name's Roosevelt Washington. Where's he live at? Okay. No, ma'am. I honestly, I don't know.
Upstairs, he said that he slept, so he tried to stop the guy, stabbed the bed, and that got stabbed in the
So where were you when this all started?
upstairs when I stayed upstairs.
Okay, where was Matt?
Snooping downstairs.
Where?
I can't see him on the top of that. Upstairs, that you can't see him.
Okay.
Upstairs, that you can see him.
So explain to me exactly what happened, okay?
I keep running up the stairs. I keep hearing something coming up. I turn around and I go over to the phone. Started being funny. Say, where's your purse? Where's your purse? Where's your purse?
Okay. Did he get your purse? Okay, describe your purse for me, okay?
Well, I think I would like backpack too. Then we change the purse. He kind of stopped and we just went.
Okay.
My backpack is black. And I see the other guy picked up, like I said, I couldn't look at it. And then I do the one guy, it's this guy named Paul Short. I came in downstairs and everything. I'm like,
What about the other guy? Have you ever seen him before?
something that's nice, but I don't know who it is.
I-
Face when he had an mask on.
Okay.
And I could barely see him because I had 200 pound gorilla on top of me. He was sitting on me. I have no clue about this other guy. None. We never talk. Say a word. This other one kept talking. That's it. another reason why I moved. They tell you, but kill. You know, you can kill you, but you can first.
She said I had a 200-pound gorilla on me. Who was she talking about?
Rory Wilson.
Did that affect her ability to see the other person?
Yeah, she said she could only catch glimpses.
Anything else in there? What about in your backpack?
My wallet, everything was going on. I ate it and I was supposed to fly home for Christmas. Had some jewelry in my backpack, some change. The keys, somebody found the keys down the road there. You probably told me about the keys.
Where down the road? Which way down the road?
I'm like, that's
Who found your keys?
my old boyfriend that I called and asked him if he would tell me. When the people took off in the car, I heard a car start. Heard a car start. You go
Then
back.
where, does Detroit have a car?
Organic beef, bacon, I think we need to know about this guy. I don't really know. All I know is he's kidding.
Okay, so you heard a car start. What did the car sound like?
It was somewhere in the car. It just sounded like a car. It wasn't opening down or anything. It just started the car start. That was all. And might not even meant there's the way that somebody comes from CBS. On my mic, it was they went down the steps and then I heard a car.
I'm going to give you a break, okay? They're going to clean you up, and I'm going to be back, okay?
The back, I'm going to
Listen, listen. I know you're upset. But you want us to catch the person who did this to your friend, right? I understand that, and you've been very helpful, okay? Just while they're cleaning you up, just and see if you can just think of anything, okay? Okay. We're going to do all of that, but
it is some kind of warehouse.
okay. And you think it's on Front
I
Street?
think it's Front Street. But is there anywhere else on Front Street?
Honestly, I haven't worked on South Island in a very long time, so I don't know. Okay? Can you describe it tonight?
To me, I think it was only about that long.
Okay.
It was short.
Okay.
Okay, is that pretty much the totality of your discussion with her about her ability to identify the second attacker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge, now the state is going to, Ms. Malone, I have nothing further for you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, cross-examination.
We need to clear up this.
Well,
Can I move it up a little bit this way, Your Honor?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Malone, we had a little question and answer before, but I'm going to just ask you a few questions about this video. You said Paula looked upset in that video, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is directly after the crime, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so she's down in the ER, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know if they gave her any medications?
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if she's lucid at this point?
appeared lucid to me.
Okay. Now, you say she appeared lucid. How many times did she say the name Anthea Clay in that video?
I didn't count.
Okay. Did you testify previously that Anthea Clay was never rise to the level of a suspect?
Correct.
Okay. Did you go and interview Miss Anthea Clay after this?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. Did anybody?
I believe they did. I don't know who, though.
Okay. Do you remember, again, the first interview video that was done with Anthea Clay?
I wasn't there.
Okay. I think you testified previously that it was how long afterwards?
I believe they met with her that night.
No, the video, the interview video. You said, if I remember correctly, you testified that it was almost 2 years later.
That they conducted a full interview? Yes.
Okay. Was she arrested?
No,
Okay. Why not?
because she never rose to the level of a murder suspect.
Again, Ms. Malone. Paula, what did she say in that video? Did she say over and over again, this was Anthea Clay? She set this up.
I believe she said that once, and then she stated over repeatedly to talk to Anthea Clay because she knew Detroit.
Actually brought Detroit to the treehouse, correct?
I don't recall them exact words.
We can play it again if we need to.
I just don't recall them exact words.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, can I go up and, hit the video for a second? There's a couple things I'd like to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, objection. That's not what she said. She
Yeah,
said she
I will
didn't.
wait, okay, I will just sustain the objection as to,
How many times do you think she said it?
Objection asked and answered.
no, I'll overrule that objection.
How many times she said the name Anthea Clay?
No, the Anthea Clay did this. Anthea Clay set this up, something to that effect.
I recall one time.
Now, I want you to listen to this part, if you wouldn't mind. What did she just say there?
She asked me if her friend was dead.
She said her friend's dead, right? Agree? Her friend's dead, right? Now, if you listen to this, tell me what she says in a second.
Who called you? Your friend Todd? He was at the house? Okay.
What did she just say there?
He's dead?
Did she just say, my friend Todd, he's at the house, he's dead? What would that make it sound like?
I don't understand.
Well, you watch that little video clip right there. Did she just say, he's at the house, he's my friend, Todd is at the house, he's my friend, he's dead? Help me with that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that make it sound like she's saying that Todd is dead at the house?
I didn't believe that at the time, no.
I didn't say I didn't ask you if you believed it, but I said, would it make it sound like it?
Judge, I'm going to object. The video speaks for itself.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. Is that what you heard?
No, sir, that's not what I heard.
So let me replay it.
You can replay it, but that's not what I heard.
Let's check it again. So maybe I'm
Who called you? Your friend Todd? He was at the house? Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah. What she just said.
She said that her friend Todd called her and told her that her friend was dead.
Everyone say dead after she said that Todd was at the house, correct?
Yeah, she said Ty was at the house and that he's dead in a form of a question.
I don't know about the form of the question, I wouldn't say that exactly, but okay. Again, we can agree that this could be confusing, correct?
It was not confusing to me.
Asked and answered, we've covered it.
I'm asking if it was confusing to you, right?
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. What's the question?
Anyway, got to that part. Okay, and then pull Anthea Clay. Let's go to this.
You say big ones.
You do it. Jump ahead. Jump ahead. Let's not go too far.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, they're having a hard time hearing you, the court reporter, so let's...
Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, Ms. Malone, at the time you were a homicide detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Who called you? Your friend Todd?
To the house.
He was at the house?
He's
Okay.
dead. He's dead. Can I see him?
Never now,
What
okay?
happened to him? I know they jumped on him and knocked him in his bed. Todd said they stabbed him. They stabbed him too.
I don't know. I'm here to talk to you, okay?
And called him.
I'm Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the persons that did this.
Okay, I told him one. The one that I do know, the one who's on top of the even one stabbed him. He goes living in Detroit. Big black guy.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
Big like you, big.
And who's Detroit?
Rory Wilson.
Thank you.
They told him that he was big.
Okay, stocky, muscular, fat,
Stocky, big.
stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he had
How
been-
much taller? All right.
Maybe not this much tall. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so about 6 foot?
He had been at the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something. That I don't know because I was upstairs. He's excited as he play.
Okay.
And they, I kept saying she was going to have somebody come and beat me up, steal my money.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
That Jewish beard,
Having a little trouble here.
and then he was gay.
Okay.
Okay, stock,
What'd she just say there?
She said Anthea Clay, and that Anthea Clay was trying to get somebody to beat her up.
And steal her money.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how many times did she say Anthea Clay right there?
The name, I believe, 3 times.
Okay, 3 times.
he's muscular, fat,
Stocky, big.
stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he had
How
been-
much taller? All right.
Maybe not this much tall. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so about 6 foot?
He had been at the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something. That I don't know because I was upstairs. He's excited as he play.
Okay.
Yeah, they, I kept saying she was going to have somebody come and beat me up, steal my money. She kept saying that she tried to have Crystal Dinklager do it. She
What'd she just say there?
She tried to have Crystal Dinklocker do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did she just say somebody else? She tried to have somebody else do it?
I believe so. I believe Melissa something.
Matt with it, 15 days.
Judge, can we come sidebar?
Yes?
just said?
April's the one that brought him to the house originally.
Okay.
And April's Anathea Clay. That's her street name.
Thank you.
She knows him. All they know is his nickname's Detroit.
His nickname's Detroit.
He's some kind of warehouse.
So she just said she knows him, right? She knows Roy Wilson. Detroit.
Yes, she knows Detroit.
Okay.
Okay.
Warehouse somewhere on Front Street, I believe.
On Front Street? Okay, is he black, white?
Like,
How old is he?
in my age group, I'm 53, somewhere in that area.
In his 40s or 50s?
He's something like that.
In his 50s? Okay. Any scars, marks,
I don't
tattoos?
know. I don't know at all. He's April's friend.
The April Clay again? She just said
That he's April's friend?
April's friend, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, but you've seen him. Did you, any scars or tattoos?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. What kind of clothes was he wearing?
Black boots, the cops usually wear shorts, dark shorts and dark sweatshirt, dark, like that, so like this in the dark.
Okay.
So he's had some kind of mask up, but I knew it wasn't maybe he came up there.
Okay.
Well, I didn't see well in the dark, before he got to me, I thought he was, I don't know, because I couldn't tell the person was even masked, because I was in the dark, but I know exactly who it was, it was him.
Okay. Well, describe the other person.
Thank you.
I didn't really get a chance to see the other person, he was on top of me. The other person was smaller and littler. Okay, smaller and littler like her. He had something real big in his hand.
The smaller guy?
Yeah, something, it didn't look like a knife, but it was big, like something long and big, maybe.
Now, she testified, I'm sorry. Did she just say that the smaller guy had something big in his hands?
Yes.
And again, we just heard how many times with April, and I lost count. How many times? With April and Anathea Clay?
I didn't exactly keep count, but about 5 times she said her name.
Multiple times, right?
Yes.
She knows him, friend, brought him to the tree house. She set this up. I'm asking. Is that what she said in there?
About Anathea Clay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Again, Ms. Malone, and you say, again, did anybody go and talk to Anathea Clay?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm going to sustain that
Okay.
objection. That's
Okay. Was Anathea Clay ever brought down to the station that night?
Objection asked and answered.
I haven't.
I'll
think I've asked that.
overrule that objection. You can answer the question, ma'am.
To headquarters? Not
Yes.
to my knowledge.
Okay. And again, she says that Anathea Clay is a friend of Roy Wilson. Did you know where Roy Wilson was that night?
At that time,
At that time,
I did not know.
you didn't know. Okay. And again, did you know where Anathea Clay was that night?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Did anybody else?
Somebody talked to her that night, yes.
Somebody talked to her that night. Okay. And but she wasn't brought down to the station, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And again, how many times does she mention the name Detroit in this video?
I didn't count, but it was quite a few.
Quite a few, right? Would you say it was more? That she said April Anathea Clay more, or that she said Detroit more?
Probably about equal.
About equal. But Roy Wilson is a suspect at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I would ask, with your experiences, that you were experienced homicide detective at this point, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm asking, okay, you testified earlier, based on your experience and training, that, your knowledge of homicide, being a homicide detective, correct?
I believe I stated my training and knowledge of the case.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you, how long were you a homicide detective for the MCSO?
Judge, objection beyond the scope of my direction.
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
sustain that
Okay.
objection.
I'll go back. Ms. Malone, again, so Rory Wilson becomes a suspect. Why did you not want to ask Anathea Clay? Why didn't she become a suspect at this point?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
We'll do it one more time. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Rory Wilson was a suspect because Paula identified Rory Wilson as the man that was beating her and held a knife to her throat.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
I literally, again, you know, she became okay. He became a suspect because she said, I'm just clarifying here. She said that he beat her, and put a knife to her throat, right?
Yes, sir.
Got it right. Okay. Okay. And did she just say that Anathea Clay did this? She'd been trying to set her up and have her beat up and have her money stolen from her.
Objection, asked and answered already.
I'll overrule the objection. Didn't she basically say that? You can answer the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So why would Anathea Clay not rise to the level of a suspect?
Because she was a person of interest and possibly setting this up, nobody else put her in the crime.
Okay. Did anybody else put her in the crime later?
A CI eventually did, yes.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I'm not certain on the date.
Okay. Anyway, was Miss Anathea Clay ever arrested for this crime?
No.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, you said Miss Anathea Clay is deceased at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what killed her? Well, I shouldn't say. I should rephrase that anyway, because again, do you know how she died?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, John.
All right. Thank you. Is there any redirect examination?
Ms. Malone, to your knowledge, during this investigation, was there ever enough evidence obtained with which to charge Anathea Clay with being involved in this crime?
No, there was not.
During this investigation, was there enough evidence obtained to charge this defendant with the crime?
Yes, there was.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. So you may step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. The state at this point is going to seek to read out to the jury certain portions of a deposition by Paula Belmont given on May 1st of 2019. She was sworn in at that time, swore to tell the truth, and her statements were made under oath to be truthful, and the state has certain portions of that deposition that we feel are relevant for rebuttal.
Just for the jury's understanding, you saw this person's deposition to perpetuate yesterday. Right? That was video and audio tape. This is a separate deposition, but again, it was under oath. There were questions, there was a court reporter, and there was a transcript made. It was under oath. So now counsel's being given an opportunity to read certain portions of that deposition for rebuttal purposes.
Thank you, Judge. Again, for the record, this deposition was May of 2019. Questions being proffered to Paula Belmont, May of 2019. Yeah, in dark clothing, I don't remember. It's been a year and a half at least. Question, I understand, but you immediately recognized him when he approached you. Answer, oh yeah. Question, is he the one that stabbed you? Is that right? I won't say stabbed, he cut my neck. Question, he sliced your throat? Yes, my neck. Question, and you're sure it was Rory Wilson? Answer, absolutely, without a doubt. Who else did you see there that night? No one that I can identify. Do you know Ty Tucker? I know him, yes. And you did not see Ty? Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. Question, can you describe the other person that you saw? Answer, no, because I had Rory Wilson on top of me, pounding the hell out of me. Question, did Rory ever go down the stairs? Answer, they both. The first person went down the stairs and then Rory went right behind him, attacking Matt. The first person was getting Matt from one end, the second person was getting Matt from the other end. Question, and you saw two people, Rory and the other person attacking Matt from behind? Answer, yes, one was in front and one was in the back. Question, and you said initially that you believed that the second person had a billy club. Answer, I think it was Rory. I think it was Rory. Question, you think Rory stabbed Matthew Bonnet? I didn't say that. You just said billy club. That had nothing to do with Rory stabbing Matt Bonnet. Then the question, let me go back. I want to make sure I completely understand your answer. Who had the billy club? Ms. Belmont's answer, I believe it was Rory. Rory had the billy club. Question, did you see any other weapons? Answer, no, I can't. I don't remember. I know at one point a small knife fell. I know at one point that other stick fell, and I believe that is when Roger got it. But you are talking a year and a half ago, and they are memories that I try and hide, so I can't answer that honestly. Question, did you see the second person with any weapons? Answer, I didn't know. I couldn't see the second person until they were going down the steps because I had Rory Wilson on top of me beating the shit out of me. But you said you saw Rory and the second person attacking Matthew Bonnet. Yes.
Mr. Mansfield, I think it would probably be good for the record if we just identified page and lines.
Okay, Judge, that's fine.
So like you started with, you
Yes.
go ahead and would
That's
you do
fine,
that
Judge.
for
Let me just back up then. So what the state has referred to in the deposition is page 13 and page 14 so
Page
far.
13, lines 1 through 25.
Correct. And page 14, lines 1 through 25.
All right. Now, what's next?
The next one we're going to go to is page 16, line 13. David, can you give me some water? I'm sorry, Judge. Page 16, line 13. Do you remember what the second person was wearing? Answer, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was a littler person. Dark clothing, and it was the second person that said, thank you, David. Dark clothing, and it was the second person that said, I think we killed him. Question, so you heard this second person speak? Yes, I think we killed him is what I heard him say. Now, Judge, I'm going to move to page 18, line 1. Who told you that Ty had something to do with it? Answer, nobody told me. Question, the police didn't tell you that? Answer, no. Well, afterwards, when they arrested him, yes. Okay. Ms. Belmont continues, not when I was having lunch with him at McDonald's, or I would have been nowhere near him. Question, are you sure that he was involved? Answer, what kind of question is that? I had told you I can't identify him. That person was wearing a mask. So I wasn't the one who identified him. So the only reason you believe he was involved is because other people have told you that he was, because the police, and she says, answer, because the police arrested him. Okay. Are you aware of whether or not any of his physical evidence was found at the scene? Answer, I don't know anything about that. All I know is the police arrested him. Then she goes on to say, actually, he himself told me that when we were at McDonald's, he himself told me, oh, the police had found a knife with blood on it. Because I said to him, oh, good, it would be my blood. And he said, no, it's Matt's. This is Paula still speaking, whether that was true or not, I don't know. But he himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood.
That's through line 25 on page 18.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The next page I'm referring to is page 19, line 1. And it picks up from where the previous page left off. So he himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood on it. That's what he said. And the question, and you hugged him at McDonald's? Her answer, yes. I was upset, crying, because of what Roy did. Not knowing, like I said, not knowing that Ty Tucker had anything to do with it, because I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. That was Paulo's response. I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. That line 7 on page 19. The next section that I'll be referring to is page 38, Judge, line 2. Paula's answer to a previous question. There was a scuffle between them, and Roger got thrown into a tarp. I don't believe I said he was beating him. I was the one getting beat, but there was a scuffle between those two, the other person and Roger. And the question, and you saw the second person holding a knife to Roger's throat? Answer, no, ma'am. You did not see that? No, ma'am. You were told that? I was told that by Roger. That is why Roger wasn't helping me. And Roger was the one who told you that the other man had a knife to his throat? Yes, ma'am. But you never saw that? No, ma'am. I couldn't see past Rory Wilson because he was on top of me, beating me for the third time, I have told you.
That's through line 25 on
Yes,
that
sir.
page 38.
Next page, page 54, line 14. The second person this is the question. The second person that you can't identify, do you know whether or not that person was white or black? Answer, I couldn't tell you. Question, okay, only that the person was smaller than Rory Wilson? Answer, yes. And you believe it was a male? Answer, it was a male. And you heard his voice? Answer, yes. Question, but the voice did not sound familiar to you? No, but it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice.
That was through line 25 on page 54.
Page 57, line 18. I may have asked you this. The second person that you can't identify that was there, do you remember what that person was wearing? Answer, dark clothing and a mask. Answer, yes. I'm sorry, dark clothing and a mask. Question, did Rory Wilson have on a mask? Answer, yes. Were the masks the same? I don't know. I didn't get to see the second person. That was line 25, page 57. Moving to page 58, line 1. But you said he was wearing a mask. Answer, yeah. Question, did you see the person? Answer, from the back when he was leaving, his darkness. What kind of mask was it? I don't know. It was dark. The mask was dark, like a hoodie mask, the back of it. I can't tell you anything about it other than that. Those are the statements, Judge, from the deposition given on May of 19 that the state published for purposes of rebuttal.
Anything further by way of rebuttal?
No, sir.
Okay, members of the jury, we've reached one of those points in time where I have to conduct a little bit of business outside of your hearing. If you wouldn't mind going in the jury room for a few minutes, I'd appreciate it. All right, they're gone. So, just want to get an idea of how the rest of the day is going to unfold here. It's 3:50, so has Mr. Tucker received a copy of proposed jury instructions?
I have, Your Honor. I haven't had a chance to peruse it yet.
I have a packet for the court as well, if you would like it now.
It's all right.
Like it now?
I'll get it, but it doesn't have to be right at the moment.
Just let me know.
I'm just trying to gauge whether we're going to be able to do the charge conference this afternoon, which is what I proposed, and ascertain whether Mr. Tucker is ready to address that.
Well, Your Honor, I thought first that we were going to do a renewed motion to.
Well, we are.
Okay.
We are, but, you know, none of it involves the jury, so I thought I would kind of figure out what time to tell them to be here tomorrow and hopefully be more accurate than I have in the past day or so. So what that I have to calculate is, you know, how long it's going to take to do a charge conference. If it's going to be contested to any great extent, it's going to take longer than if it's fairly agreed to, fairly well agreed to. So
I would like to have a chance to go ahead and.
I'm sorry, could you speak up, please?
I'm sorry. Let me do this.
You would like to have a chance?
Yeah, no, I'd like to have a chance to go ahead and review that so I can, get with my advisors and try and figure out what I want to do with that.
So that means to me that you do not want to go to a charge conference.
Not this afternoon, if it's all possible, Your Honor. I would imagine if we could go to it tomorrow, that would be great.
May I see now the proposals, please?
Commissioner Butcher.
Yes. It's a pretty thick packet,
That's what I felt.
but that doesn't mean it's complicated. But it is a thick packet.
Yeah, just so the court's aware, I know that some judges, every time they reach some type of homicide or some type of manslaughter charge, they like to read the introduction to homicide. I don't know anything about the court would do it. I'll leave that to the court's discretion in this matter. But I did include it various times in there every time we address either manslaughter or second-degree murder or felony murder rules. So that might make the packet a little lighter.
So, again,
Your Honor, I'm definitely going to need time with this just because, okay, I'm looking at it, and yes, I understand you're trying to explain the concepts of some of these things, but my name is used in it over and over and over again in association with crimes I'm not even charged with.
well, it's the norm that the defendant's name appears in jury instructions repeatedly. There's nothing extraordinary about that. But I will give you the overnight to review it and prepare. I prefer not to, but I recognize that it's relatively late in the day, and it's in a somewhat complicated.
It looks pretty extensive too, Your Honor.
Well, most of these are standard jury instructions, but there are, there's various questions, like lesser includeds. I don't know if you're requesting any lesser includeds, and if the state is, so that's an issue. A lot of this stuff is pretty standard. Now, I'm looking at the robbery instruction. It looks like it's almost in a different format than some of the others. I don't know why we've got all these italicized portions in that, but that's stuff we can work through. The challenge is, in my experience, you go through a charge conference, and almost inevitably, there's changes that have to be made. It's just almost, unless you have an agreed set of instructions, then there's changes that have to be made. So then I'm just curious, and we don't have to answer this question now, but just food for thought here. Okay, and you do have some interrogatory verdict form for with the weapon and the like, so you did address that point.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, so we're going to do the charge conference tomorrow, but then we're going to go into closings. And I don't like to, have the jurors start deliberating too late in the day. So that means I'd like to, have a focused charge conference. So we can deal with the motion for judgment acquittal this afternoon. So, and presumably, if there's changes, this state has the capability of getting those made fairly expeditiously.
Yes, sir.
And then in terms of, again, I'm just thinking out loud here, just trying to plan, closing arguments, I'm not going to hold you to it today. I just want to get an idea so I know what to tell the jurors is how much time would you be thinking both of.
So I'm guessing like maybe an hour, hour and a half?
That's a pretty broad range. What was your thought, Mr. Tucker?
I was thinking around an hour, Your Honor.
All right, well, yeah, hour and a half, that's certainly an hour, an hour and a half, but it's been a long trial, there's a lot of evidence, we can hone it down, but so that tells me if I tell the jurors to come at 10, that means we have to be here at 9 and ready for business, which I would think an hour for a charge conference should be adequate. So, I'll tell them to be here at 10 o'clock and, do your homework tonight. Again, you can review them with whoever you'd like to. I would imagine a lot of these are fairly standard, right out of Florida standard jury instructions, but there could be always questions. So anyway, I'm going to tell them 10 a.m. Please ask them to join us.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Everybody, welcome back, members of the jury. Again, we all appreciate your flexibility, your patience, your attention, participation. We're going to call it a day for the jurors. We're going to remain here, but there's nothing more for you to do this afternoon. The evidentiary portion of the trial is completed, and tomorrow I would anticipate going into closing arguments and final instructions and deliberations. So we'll probably need to do, myself and lawyers, defendant, some work tomorrow morning. So if you be here at 10 o'clock, that would be great. Continuing to follow the cautionary instructions, and have a good evening, and 10 o'clock tomorrow. All right, so the jurors are gone, so before we have the argument, did you need a few minutes, or are you ready to?
No, I think I could use a few minutes, Your Honor, just a few.
Excuse me?
I could use a few minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, but before we take a break, Ms. Knowles, to her credit, is very meticulous and careful when it comes to the exhibits, and she's concerned, as am I, as to exactly, are there other videos on this last, I don't know if that was the last exhibit for the state, I think it was, the video, are there other, what's the number?
20, should be 20.
I mean,
I think there are 2 other videos on it, Judge, so we're going to have to transfer that to a single thumb drive in order for it to go in.
well, that
Can we
would
just
be,
delete the other? Actually, somebody much smarter about these things is sitting right here, and she said she can delete the other files and just leave the video that we played for the jury on that thumb drive.
That's fine, Your Honor, as long as it's just that one video.
right, that's what we don't want is, otherwise, the only other option we would have, which is not a great option, is to not have it go back into the jury room, and then if they want to see it, tell them they got to come out here while somebody controls it, whereas if someone who is knowledgeable about these things is able to delete the portions that weren't published, and then the defense can view it, or whatever assurance is necessary, if there is any needed, that it's just what was played, no more, no less. That would solve that concern.
Okay.
So, all right, so what, if 4:20, 4:15, what do you want?
4:15 would be fine with me.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right, we're back on the record. So is there a motion from the defense?
Yes, a renewed motion for judicial acquittal.
Any further argument, or you're going to rely on your?
I'm actually going to make a slightly further argument, just because there's been new evidence entered in, I guess. So move it over a little bit just so the prosecutors can see it. Okay. Your Honor, if I remember correctly, it was a prima facie case is what we're looking at here.
No, actually, that was from the close of the state's case. It's actually the state has to meet a higher burden for when all the evidence is closed. So,
well, I would submit that again, if there's a higher burden, I didn't think there was enough. I mean, there was definitely enough for a prima facie case. I would not have challenged your ruling there, sir. But if there's a higher standard, if you're talking about the jury having no doubt, or at least no reasonable doubt, I would submit that there's no way that the state has presented a case that comes close to anywhere close to beyond a reasonable doubt. I would say that because still we've got my testimony, we've got Ms. Belmont's testimony. Now, again, we've kind of discussed Ms. Belmont's testimony today, and yes, at different times there were different things she said because of different things. I mean, again, this one in the hospital, yes, she was definitely right out of the crime, I guess, and yeah, she was definitely upset. We don't know if she was on medication. We don't know if any of that stuff was because of that. Yes, Danielle Malone can testify to what she said, but she can't testify what her state of mind was. Same thing with, again, when we went through the deposition. Now that one, I happen to know her state of mind at the time, just because, again, of reviewing videos and everything else. But yes, there was reasons for that too, and I'll address those in my close if I have to. The thing is but the state, again, now I just went and testified too, and I don't remember anything in Mr. Mansfield's cross where he tied me into the crime or tied me to a piece of evidence or even impeached any of my testimony. So, I mean, I would imagine my testimony probably weighs as heavily as anybody else's. But So with that said, I mean, okay, we go back to the first ones. There was no evidence presented against me from any of the other witnesses except for Travis Johnson. Now, Travis Johnson, again, not only did he change his story when he was on the stand within those 2 days. I remember a couple questions just offhand. I remember, when we asked him if he was not telling the truth about some of his statements, and we went through the whole vacillating thing. And the very next day, he comes in here and completely different answer. He actually says, yes, I wasn't telling the truth. Between the 2 days, again, I would imagine, I haven't had a chance to ask him, but I mean, it definitely seemed like he had had a discussion with the state about some of his answers. Now, even the vacillating, again, I had to look that up. I have been to college. I'm fairly well educated, and I had to look it up. I didn't know what vacillating even meant at that point. But yet, Mr. Mansfield and Travis Johnson both used this word back and forth, like it was a common word. I would again submit that Mr. Johnson probably had a little bit of help with his testimony. Even so, his testimony doesn't match the evidence, and there's some serious inconsistencies in here. Because one of the things that Ms. Paul Belmont says is that Rory Wilson was wearing the same clothes that day that he was wearing that night. Travis Johnson, if I remember correctly, his story was that we go upstairs, change into dark clothes, come downstairs brandishing weapons. So if that's true, then why does Ms. Belmont say she saw and could recognize Rory Wilson? Because he was wearing the same exact clothes he wore that day. Another one is, again, the inconsistencies in the weapons. Again, the state is trying to put the murder weapon in my hand, what we assume is the murder weapon. We always assume that, I guess. Mr. Wilson's already been convicted on that murder weapon. Rightfully so. His DNA is on the handle of it. You have both victims' DNA and blood on the weapon. I'm not saying, again, that because again, I understand the principle behind felony murder, but they also haven't they haven't given any evidence other than Travis Johnson's word that I was there. And so far, Travis doesn't seem to have had, he doesn't seem to be very truthful, Your Honor, or credible, if I would say. So if he's the only thing that's putting me there, then you'd have to wonder if the jury is going to believe him. Now, again, Mr. Mansfield had a chance with me. He could have went ahead and tried to impeach anything I said up there. He didn't. Not one thing.
Well, like that, that's debatable. I mean, this is real life. It's not like a Perry Mason type thing.
No, I get it. I mean, it's not. I'm not trying to be. It's not a showboat or anything like that.
I know that. I'm just saying that, he's not most likely. Mr. Mansfield or any other lawyer isn't going to somehow or other get you to break down on the witness stand.
No, I didn't expect that. But you would expect if they have all this evidence, enough evidence that they're going to bring me to trial and they're going to go ahead and try and put me on trial for murder, you would expect that he would have at least one thing that he could take from the murder and make me a liar in my story. One. I mean, at least one.
Well, who knows what he might be arguing about.
Well, I mean.
Look,
I gave a story up there that, yes, this is what happened to me. And I've never been asked it before until today, as far as, my entire story. Again, in this entire story, to be honest, I mean, even with when the investigators asked me questions, I know we didn't testify to that, but I've never in this entire story, nothing I've ever said has been proven to be untrue. Nothing. And yet here I am. Now, Mr. Johnson, again, there's plenty of things that are inconsistencies. Again, there's nothing that says he's the getaway driver. We went ahead and had Captain Phelps, we played that tape, and look, at great risk to me, I put that tape up there. because I also knew that the statements, the incriminating statements, weren't true. You know, and I'm going to have to address that with the jury in the close if that's what indeed happens. But yes, you know, the only thing said that, you know, the only thing that ever said John Travis Johnson was the getaway driver was Captain Phelps. It came right from her. Now, Mr. Mansfield did try and say that Travis offered her, you know, my name without any help from Phelps, and that's completely untrue too. You know, again, if you want to talk about testimony and going over testimony, I guess, or rehearsing testimony, I don't know. But the thing is yes, when he did that, he asked him, he's like, okay, did she offer, you know, did you offer her Tyrone Tucker's name without being asked by Captain Phelps? No, Captain Phelps, on the other hand, said, we know who the asshole is here. And his answer was, is it Tyrone? That's not exactly saying, hey, Ty did this. That is literally leading a witness into, or leading a suspect into saying it's somebody else. You know, again, as far as all the evidence goes, there's no evidence other than that. I let the state put in almost every piece of evidence they wanted to. Almost everything they wanted, right? Not one of those pieces of evidence has been tied to me, not a single one. The jury's going to be back there looking at all these pictures, nothing in there. There's not a single piece of evidence that Mr. Mansfield actually put to me, not one. You know, so okay, there's that. And then, okay, I haven't made very many objections, but that's also because, again, there's nothing to object. I mean, they can say their story. I've heard it before. And same thing. The inconsistencies are still there. With John Travis Johnson, his stories are inconsistent at best, right? And again, now we have Miss Belmont. Miss Belmont, yes, we had a few different things. And yes, I'd hoped to have a few more witnesses here. I did. And I'm not going to. That's okay. At this point, you know, I'm not even necessarily sure I need them. Ms. Belmont, yes, she went through different periods of time. Apparently, Mr. Mansfield wasn't made aware of the motion that Your Honor granted, letting us talk and letting us become friends. But other than that, it's like, you know, I could tell you the different reasons why she felt different ways at different times and why different things happened with Ms. Belmont. There's videos of that too. We've discussed putting them on, but again, you know, it wasn't necessary apparently. But there's nothing else, Your Honor. I mean, literally, it comes back down to Travis Johnson. You're talking about one man's word versus another. And at this point, I think I'm much more credible than Travis Johnson. So, I mean, unless the state's got something else that they can bring out, something else that they can show the jury to even suggest the story's true.
There's no more evidence.
Okay, well then...
That's the evidence is...
Then I would suggest, Your Honor, that there is no way that a jury could look at this case, the case the state put on, and that they could come up beyond a reasonable doubt that I actually did this crime. And whether it be felony murder, whether it be robbery, whether it be any of it. Because again, you can't even put me there, other than Travis Johnson. So, I mean, I guess at this point I would defer to the state. I mean, the state, I'm sure, wants to go ahead and be heard.
All right, well, thank you. Does the state want to...
Reasonable minds could evaluate this evidence, and if they believe Travis Johnson, they find him credible, then they would convict this defendant. Now, the defendant says, I'm much more credible than Travis Johnson. Well, that's his opinion on his own testimony, but I submit to the court that the corroborating evidence the state introduced to corroborate Travis Johnson is compelling. And if a juror believes that evidence, they can render a verdict of guilty. As far as him letting us move in evidence, he could have objected if he didn't want to. The evidence that we moved in is the evidence we moved in. At the end of the day, this court and the jury has received good and competent evidence from Travis Johnson and from Danielle Malone and from the DNA analyst and from Dr. Steckbauer, and together the elements of these charges have been proven through these witnesses. Now, the defendant put on the testimony of Paula Belmont, and I submit to the court that testimony has been fairly impeached extensively as to her knowledge of that second assailant who would be this defendant. He says nobody puts him at the scene of the crime, but that's not true. Travis Johnson watches the videos and articulates who is who in these videos that we saw. At the end of the day, we have the defendant, all he's put on is the testimony of Paula Belmont and his own testimony. And then there's obviously the jury instruction that's he catered specifically to how to evaluate testimony. And if that testimony, if the person giving it has something to gain from it, certainly the defendant has something to gain from his testimony, and so would Travis Johnson for that regard. But Travis Johnson has been consistent in his statement from the beginning until now, albeit a couple of minor, I guess, changes or inconsistencies. The sum and substance of his story has been consistent from the date of the arrest in 2017 to the date of his proffer in April of 22 to the date of this trial and Rory Wilson's trial. And because of that, Judge, the state would request that you deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Your Honor, do I get
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In addressing Mr. Mansfield's claims here, again, we can go back to he wants to say that Travis Johnson is credible and that he hasn't changed his story. That is not true. Travis Johnson has changed his story many times. Again, if we were looking at the videos, he changed his story numerous times. As a matter of fact, he even admitted that instead of vacillating, he was lying when he first told his story, right? Then he goes ahead and oh, wait a second, Captain Phelps comes by, tells him exactly every single detail and every single part of his story. And yet, that's the story that the state still presents. But unfortunately, it still doesn't match the other witnesses or the evidence. The evidence does not put the knife in my hand. The DNA puts the knife in Roy Wilson's hand, contrary to John Travis Johnson's story. If you want to go again, even to the other witnesses, Roger Ruggett, 2 skull masks, even Paula Belmont, you want to talk about her and her testimony wavering or vacillating. Yes, she does, but she never says, not a single witness in this case has ever said a neck gaiter with Jägermeister all over it, which you would think is fairly recognizable. They want to talk about a beard being recognizable? Well, guess what? So is a Jägermeister neck gaiter, I would imagine, would be too. Again, I don't see anything in here where John Travis Johnson, and I'll tell you what, even his behavior up on the stand, he played really well with the whole innocent getaway driver thing for a little while. But, yeah, when he gets upset, it shows. And the other thing is, he also says that in 2017 he was sober. But then he also goes ahead and says, wait a second, I'm doing all this dope, I'm smoking crack, I'm doing all this other stuff. That doesn't sound sober. Then you also have, beyond that, okay, not sober, and then you talk about his story, again, core to his story. How many times did he say, I did it for $50 worth of gas money? $50 worth of gas money. Now, again, comes back on stand, and this is in the same, by the way, in the same cross, he goes ahead and says, at first it's $50 of gas money, now it's because, and I would imagine this is true, because he wants to get high. That's different. So Mr. Mansfield, he wants to say that he hasn't materially changed his story. He has materially changed his story, but he also doesn't match the other witnesses. He doesn't match the other evidence. Roger Ruggett says 2 knives, okay? That doesn't match John Travis Johnson's story. Now, Paula, again, she has varying stories, and I would submit there's reasons for that, but again, it doesn't match John Travis Johnson's story. Now, John Travis Johnson, sure, he could come up with all that other stuff. He could drive you. He could literally draw you a map, man, for the route. He can literally go ahead and map out I would imagine he could probably map out the whole crime. That would be easy to do if you were actually there. I don't see where John Travis Johnson would have a problem doing that. He's admitted he was there. He's admitted to his deal. Yes, he's getting, you talk about a sweetheart deal. 5 years?
Judge, we're going beyond an argument for judgment of acquittal here.
Well, yeah, to some extent. I think,
I'll
Mr. Tucker, you're probably tipping your hand for your closing argument. But,
Not necessarily.
I guess that's not, not a mystery what some of the things in your closing is going to be, but
Thank you, sir.
you're getting into quite a bit of detail here.
I'll address one other thing. He challenges my story, right? And he says because I have interests in this. I didn't take a deal, Your Honor. I could have. I didn't take one. John Travis Johnson did.
Yeah, I'm
And I mean,
aware.
you talk about what
those
I have to gain.
respective decisions.
Well, I mean, what I have to gain from this. That's what Mr. Mansfield.
Well, yeah, of course, that's one of the things that any witness is, one of the considerations is what do they have to gain, what's at stake.
Yes, and what do I have to lose, Your Honor? I have a lot to lose,
Your
too.
freedom.
I do, and for the rest of my life, Your Honor.
Yes,
Not
sir.
just for a little while, rest of my life.
But that's making that point.
I'm just saying, I didn't have to do this, but I am. And the reason I have my personal reasons for doing this, but it has nothing to do with, I want to gain this. If it was, again, some kind of payment or something like that, I could understand. But no, no, I'm doing this because I have my own moral reasons for doing this. But again, that's what I submit. Again, you want to talk about who's more credible, who's not. It boils down to, at this point, whether or not you believe me, whether or not you believe John Travis Johnson, whether or not you believe Paula. But, I mean, there is no physical evidence. And he brought in, and this is one thing I do need to address, he brought in Dr. Steckbauer, which I don't know how that proves the state's case, because it is.
Well, in a homicide case.
I mean, it proves it was a homicide, but it doesn't.
You're going to have the medical
No,
exam.
I get that, but okay, how does that tie me into the case? How is that proof against me?
There's an old saying in the law that every hit doesn't have to be a home run. It takes many bricks to build a wall. So
I've heard that too.
That certainly wasn't a home run, but it's all part of a case that's put together that may or may not succeed ultimately.
Well, no, I understand,
but
Ron.
you've got to be able to look at that basic process.
I understand, Your Honor, but there's also an old legal term that I've heard before
Well, tell
too.
me, what is it?
A brick is not a wall.
Okay.
A brick is not a wall.
Right.
Okay, they have a brick. They don't have a wall. And again, so, yes, Dr. Steckbauer is part of the case. I would never deny that. And his testimony is definitely valid towards the case. It's valid to say somebody got murdered, this is how they got killed. I don't debate that at all. Same thing with the DNA analyst. Now, the DNA analysts, we covered the whole inconclusive results and how I said they were being used as a positive by the state. That is not the same thing as positive results. And even in that testimony, things that they were trying to use as inconclusive as positives weren't even things that were put into evidence. You're talking about the gloves, you're talking about the sweatshirt. That stuff, man, wasn't even found at the crime scene, had nothing to do with the crime, at least that we know of.
We are running out of time.
But anyway, the point is, Your Honor, yes, I understand why they're important to the investigation. I understand that. But I want to know how that proves that I had something to do with their charges. How does that prove their case?
Well, I'm not going to make their closing argument for them, and I'm not going to make your closing argument for you.
I wouldn't expect you would.
I used to be a trial lawyer for many years. I've tried many a criminal case and homicide cases, so I know a lot of your questions are rhetorical in nature, but as I sit here, I have my understanding and ideas. So, in any event, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
So, it is a different standard for this motion. So we discussed quite a bit for the close of the state's case, prima facie case. Okay. Now, it's analysis of the entire evidentiary record, the totality of the evidence, and the judge has to ask himself or herself, does that or can that support a verdict of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt by a reasonable juror? Is it so devoid of convincing, persuasive evidence that no reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. And if that's the case, then the judge would rule as a matter of law that there's an acquittal right here and now. So, Mr. Tucker, you're obviously very, very knowledgeable about this case. Very conversant, very knowledgeable. As we kind of alluded to during your argument in the States, and I'm going to look at just one of these jury instructions because you and the state mentioned it. It's 3.94, and the actual verbiage is, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? So, did Mr. Johnson? Yes. Do you? Yes. I mean, and that's the point. The jurors can consider that along with a lot of other things, but that's one of the factors. Another jury instruction, again, part of 3.9, weighing the evidence. And it came up in jury selection, interestingly enough. Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it is called or upon the number of exhibits it is offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. So you obviously feel that the nature and quality of the evidence is weak, shaky, whatever adjective you want to use, and state has a different take on it. I will readily acknowledge you have a lot to argue. And you touched upon some of those things in your argument here, and I'm not going to sit here and say that you don't have a lot of things to argue. But I believe that ultimately the evidentiary record is such that I couldn't and wouldn't and be mistaken to rule as a matter of law that it should be taken from the jury's hands, because I believe, depending upon the credibility determinations that they make, that there could be a guilty verdict, and is and would be supported by the evidence. Again, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I readily acknowledge your arguments, but I am going to deny the motion based upon the finding that I've made. So we go forward. Again, please study these jury instructions. If you have any objections or specials or additionals, that's the kind of thing that we do in a charge conference. I basically work from my Florida standard jury instructions here, as well as the proposals. Some of these, I assume a lot of them, come right from the Supreme Court's website. And
They all did, Judge.
they all, okay. So that means there's standard jury instructions. That doesn't mean that there can't be other proposals or objections. All I'm saying is that's kind of the starting point. So you do need to be prepared to, if there are any objections or additions or the verdict form you find to be objectionable or in need of change, those are the things that we talk about during charge conference. So I think we have ample time, and if there's changes, then they can be made, and actually I think the arguments could start even while the changes are being made. But having said that, I mentioned the length for closing. We're still somewhere between hour and a half. But and I guess, unless there's, I give each side an hour and a half. It doesn't mean you have to use it all, but what I don't want to happen is to say, get to an hour and have someone look up to me, either defendant, defense counsel, or the state, and say, Judge, I need more time. I'd much prefer to be a little liberal at the beginning, so we know that when the time is up, that's it. So, hour and a half, but that's the max. The state gets to go first and last. Total amount of time is the same. but the defendant's sandwiched in between, you get the same amount of time. They're going to make a rebuttal argument. The total time has to be equal. I mean, you don't have to use it all, but the maximum's equal. So, unless there's something else, we'll be here at 9 and hopefully have a smooth charge conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.